3 children, 7 grandchildren, and 18 grandchildren. So, you know, if you've been in a town for 50 years, everybody knows.
Everybody knows. And you know what? I think this is one good thing that came out of COVID. These parades, you know, because I'm like, I love when they bring everyone out. You can see the whole carload and everyone cheers. And, you know, that just seemed like something we did back then. But
well, happy birthday.
Oh, look, even the fire truck getting in on it.
Very sweet.
Happy birthday.
Way to go, Carlisle. Okay, this video has 6 million views on Instagram. Maggie Grace Photography is based out of Idaho. She shared this video from when she went shopping with her best friend for shoes for an upcoming wedding. Now, Lauren, you shared this on your Facebook. It looks like the shoes will hold up, at least.
This woman is adorable. I want her to be my best friend. Yeah, she was going shopping for wedding shoes, and she's like, well, I got to figure out, like, if they're going to be good for dancing.
Right.
And now this is the only way to try on shoes.
She's a good dancer.
I just think it's
I like her moves.
She made sure that they were good to go. So
She almost looks like she's doing some kind of jig. Like, let me.
A good way to test new shoes, I think.
I know.
Do all the stuff you would do.
Happy
Dance,
heel.
walk,
Like
jump.
you know, when you go, I always end up just taking off my shoes and putting on like flip-flops or something when I'm at a wedding. Well, you may have seen this one yesterday during Good Day. So I received the incredible lucky assignment of meeting the newest members of the Fort Worth Zoo. We were there as the new lion cubs woke up in the morning to go explore their enclosure. They left the den and came out into the habitat. This live feed captivated our newsroom and even inspired us to set up a cub cam that streamed for hours, giving everyone all the time to enjoy the cute pair. It was funny because, you know, I was at the zoo and as we were doing the live shots, our producer called and said, can you just keep your shot up all morning because we're going to check in throughout the show. The anchors want to see it some more. The producer, we want to see it more throughout the show. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Then when we were done with our live shots, they said, okay, Shannon, you can go ahead and come back because I had another assignment, some other things to work on. And they're like, but your photographer, Noonie, he's going to need to stay there with the camera up so that we can keep the shot going. Then they sent another camera crew in to relieve him to keep the shot up because viewers were loving it online so much.
You know what? We could all
clicking
use a little bit of twin cub happiness in our lives.
Why not?
I think it was perfect.
Why not?
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. Thanks, Shannon. Good Day at 6. And Dan, Good Day at 6 starts now.
From Fox 4, Good Day continues at 6 a.m.
The manhunt continues for the person who killed conservative leader Charlie Kirk. We've got the latest from Utah and the White House ahead.
Shots ring out at a high school in the Denver area. Police say a student is dead after opening fire at 2 of his peers.
The nation prepares to honor thousands of 9/11 victims 24 years later. I'm Connor Hansen in New York City with the latest on today's memorials coming up.
Good morning. It is Thursday, September 11th. I'm Lauren Prisball.
And I'm Brandon Todd. Thanks for waking up with us. We begin this morning with a multi-agency investigation that is underway in Utah as authorities still search for the person who shot and killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
Kirk was speaking at an event at Utah Valley University on Wednesday when he was killed. Peyton May joins us in the studio with the very latest. Peyton.
Yes, Lauren, the governor of Utah is calling this a political assassination. Authorities do not have a suspect in custody currently. They released 2 people they questioned who they initially believed were involved in killing Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is known for hosting events on college campuses, inviting those who do not share his conservative views to debate with him. He was speaking to a crowd of more than 3,000 people gathered on the Utah Valley University campus on Wednesday afternoon when the discussion was interrupted by a single gunshot that hit Kirk in the neck. Investigators say the shot was fired from a nearby rooftop. The shooter got away during the chaos of people running from the scene. Witnesses describe those moments of panic.
We just saw it. We heard a loud shot, a loud bang, and then I saw his body actually in slow motion kind of fall over.
Everyone got down. Everyone was so scared, and I just grabbed her, and my boss was with us, which is her mom. She was like, run.
Federal, state, and local authorities are working together on what they say are multiple active crime scenes. Kirk played an influential role in rallying young Republican voters this most recent presidential election. The 31-year-old co-founded the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA right after high school. A memorial went up Wednesday afternoon outside the group's Arizona headquarters. Now, the FBI has opened up a tip line and are looking for any and all information related to the shooting. This is an active investigation. We will update you when we learn more. Reporting, I'm Peyton May for Good Day.
All right, Peyton, thanks. President Trump posted to social media reacting to the shooting from the Oval Office late Wednesday evening. Take a listen.
An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations.
The president called Kirk a martyr. He blamed the radical left for the murder, calling it violent rhetoric. Kirk was a Trump ally, and the president says he helped him win the 2024 election.
Well, the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, the latest in a string of recent violent incidents involving political figures. In June, a gunman targeted two Minnesota Democrats. Former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman was assassinated, and State Senator John Hoffman was shot. A man accused of plotting the assassination of President Trump is on trial this week. This was the second attempt after the president was also shot in the ear at a rally last year. SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson says the internet and social media these days really amplifies the polarization.
People really dial up their rage to maximum levels when they're communicating online in a way that they are less likely to do when they communicate face to face. So I think that's been an important transition. But the other thing is people enclose themselves in partisan information bubbles.
In response to the threats, Congress approved a bill that would provide funding for home security for lawmakers, including cameras, alarm systems, and also private security.
Well, yesterday we officially climbed above 90 degrees, and it had been a minute. In fact, since last Friday, where we climbed into the upper 90s out ahead of a pretty strong front. That front brought that brief taste of fall by last weekend, where we stayed in the 70s Saturday, the 80s on Sunday, and the 80s took over heading into this week. But that all changed yesterday afternoon as we climbed to 91 degrees after another comfortably cool start. Over the next several days, as high pressure remains in control, our temperatures jump above normal for this time of year. Back to those summer-like temperatures. Yeah, summer reminding us, hey, we're still here, at least for another couple of weeks. Yes, this morning, still fairly comfortable, upper 60s and low 70s. Not as cool as what we've seen the last several mornings, but still with dry air, those low dew points hanging around, it doesn't feel that bad. High pressure inching towards North Texas over the next 24 to 48 hours. That'll keep us warm and dry as we close out the week and head into the weekend. In fact, not a drop of rain in sight through the next 7 days. On satellite and radar, things are completely quiet once again. We are waking up to clear skies as high temperatures climb into those low and mid 90s this afternoon. Hotter off to the west, slightly cooler off to the east in that higher humidity. The one thing missing, like I said, from the extended forecast, a chance for showers and thunderstorms. In fact, there are some indications by the end of next week, maybe the weather pattern shifts slightly and we reintroduce very low shower chances into the forecast next weekend. Nothing crazy though, just typical early to mid-September heat.
Okay, very good. Here is a quick look at the maps in Tarrant County. And at first blush, everything looks great. I haven't seen any unusual issues on the North Loop from the Jacksboro Highway over past I-35W, but on I-35W, I've been watching this area here where it's been a little slow as you move through this area. And the reason I've been looking is that it's unusually heavy. When I take that off and you see that circle there, once you get past Rosedale, it thins out. Haven't been able to pinpoint anything. I just want you to be aware to add a little bit of time to the drive from I-20 to I-30 in that spot. Here's a northbound look at 360 approaching I-30. A little slow through that Arlington to Grand Prairie transition. but nothing that would be considered unusual there. And on northbound Loop 12 on the west side of Dallas, pocket of heavy traffic thins out around Irving Boulevard from Singleton, and that's the slowest spot there. Then it's heavy again because of all of the road work that was up later than expected on I-35E approaching LBJ. It's all gone now, but it still just hasn't completely thinned out and gotten back to normal moving through that spot. Quick look up further north. In Denton County, we haven't had any issues, and in Collin County, you can see the highways and toll roads still trouble-free. Lauren and Brandon.
All right, thank you. Just outside Denver, 2 students are in the hospital after they were shot at their high school. The local sheriff says the gunman was a fellow student who turned the gun on himself, and he died soon after.
Yeah, it happened Wednesday afternoon at Evergreen High School. That's about 30 miles west of Denver in the Rocky Mountain foothills. More than 100 police officers from surrounding areas rushed in to help. The gunfire stopped before they arrived. One student is still in critical condition. Doctors say the other has non-life-threatening injuries. We're working to learn more details about the students who were shot and what led up to that gunfire. Solemn and heartfelt ceremonies taking place today to pay respects and remember the nearly 3,000 lives lost during the terror attacks of September 11th, 2001.
We have a live look at the Ground Zero Memorial Park. Thousands expected to gather here in a few hours. They're going to be honoring the lives lost. Fox's Connor Hansen is in New York City with the latest.
Today, the nation comes together to mark 24 years since the 9/11 terror attacks, honoring thousands who died and preserving their legacies.
He gave his life to his fellow countrymen to save others.
Thousands of names are carved along the edges of the 9/11 memorial pools in downtown Manhattan, and later today they'll all be read aloud as the victims who died on September 11th, 2001 are remembered 24 years later. In a ceremony, Vice President J.D. Vance and the Second Lady are expected to attend.
My dad died that day. He said he was helping with the evacuation efforts.
Al-Qaeda terrorists hijacked 4 planes that fateful day, sending 2 into the World Trade Center's Twin Towers, while another struck the Pentagon. Officials believe the last craft was bound for the Capitol building, but crashed in an empty Pennsylvania field after passengers and crew intervened.
We're here for a somber remembrance.
Thursday is also a time to remember the first responders impacted by the tragedy. The New York City Fire Department recently added 39 names to its memorial wall, honoring more members who died from illnesses related to their work at Ground Zero.
Our heartbreak continues to grow.
President Donald Trump and the First Lady will attend a ceremony at the Pentagon today, and tonight they'll attend the New York Yankees game. In New York, Connor Hansen for Good Day.
Hundreds of North Texans marking this somber day by donating their time. This is video from last year's event with the group Carry the Load. Each year on 9/11, they organize thousands of volunteers all across the country, and they clean the headstones at national cemeteries. 400 people are going to be at the DFW National Cemetery today. That group will join in a formal presentation, and then they're going to split up to clean up the grounds.
It's 10 minutes after 6 o'clock. More of the same in the weather department. Decent mornings, and we warm up by the afternoon. Kylie's got a look at our pre-Friday forecast coming up.
have been all over the place the last couple of weeks, from a week ago where we climbed to 102 degrees to Friday where we soared into the upper 90s out ahead of a strong front. And that front, brought that sense of fall back to the forecast last weekend. Man, it felt good. We stayed in the upper 70s Saturday afternoon and only climbed into those low 80s on Sunday. I hope you had a chance to get outdoors. Yes, Saturday morning we were dodging some showers, but by the afternoon, not bad at all, with some breaks in the clouds. And then each day we climbed slowly but surely back up into those low 90s yesterday afternoon. Remember, average high temperatures this time of year, 90 degrees. We were a degree above that yesterday. And the next couple of days, you'll notice those above average temperatures continuing as those low to mid 90s take over through the extended forecast. Now, this morning, we're already waking up on a slightly warmer note as temperatures only fell into those mid and upper 60s and low 70s. Yesterday in the Metroplex, we dipped into the mid 60s. I don't think that's the case this morning. Maybe we fall another couple of degrees by sunrise, and that's thanks to the dew point in the upper 50s. Now, dew points in the upper 50s will hang around all afternoon, which means dry air, sunshine, light winds, clear skies, a recipe for us able to climb a couple of degrees above what we saw yesterday. But this morning, I think that we dip maybe a degree or so more by sunrise, and that's it. Still comfortable, though, with dry air in place. High pressure inching its way back in towards North Texas. On satellite and radar, we're completely quiet. Yesterday throughout the day, we were watching showers and storms up in the Texas Panhandle and western parts of Oklahoma. Those showers and storms were diving south-southeast, and as they did so, they fell apart well north of the Red River. And that's thanks to the fact that the air is so dry across North Texas. Temperatures to start 60s and 70s, to finish the low 90s. Summer just reminding us, hey, it's still officially summer for a couple more weeks, and then hopefully we start to see some changes early to mid-October. That's pretty typical for us here in North Texas. Yes, we saw that brief cool down last weekend, short-lived, with false fall taking over and summer back in the forecast. This is all thanks to that area of high pressure off to the west. It'll inch to the east over the next 24 to 48 hours and then strengthen overhead. As it does so, that keeps us pretty warm and dry over the extended forecast. Now, the storm system that's off to the north and west will gradually head towards the Rockies this weekend. As it does so, that will allow for our winds to shift slightly, and we could see slightly higher humidity out of that as well. But that's it. As high pressure remains in control, any storms that develop to the north and northwest, any disturbances that are out there will fall apart and not impact our viewing area. We just stay dry through the extended forecast as high pressure remains in control. Real quick, a look at the Atlantic Basin. All was quiet yesterday, but then the National Hurricane Center issued a low area of tropical development over the next 7 days with that area of disturbed weather. Remember, it is peak hurricane season. We will be monitoring that for you into the weekend and early next week. On your forewarned 7-day forecast, low 90s today, mid 90s tomorrow. Honestly, the low to mid 90s continue through the entire 7-day forecast as our pattern stays stagnant. Chip?
This is the time of the morning where things could pop up, and unfortunately that has just happened in Hurst, trying to move in the southbound direction. So normally the lighter side of traffic, not light right now. Here's a look at the recent incident. You can see that only the far left side of the highway can get through. And it's in a bad spot to boot because it's right where you have the options to either continue on the East Loop or go to the 121 split and head toward downtown Fort Worth. So please note that. Driving right now on northbound 360, still stop and go as you move around I-30. That's not a big deal. Here's something that potentially is a big deal. Heading from the north end of the DFW airport in Coppell and moving over towards the George Bush Turnpike and also moving westbound. There's an incident just called out in this area, and I'll have a chance to look in earnest through that location. But right now, all I can tell you is it was just called out about 30 seconds ago as Kylie was finishing up. And that's what we'll pick up as far as incidents potentially are concerned. Here's a look at some drive times up to the north. And so far, the drive from either Collin County or Denton County into Dallas County doing fine on 75 Central and I-35E.
Welcome back. The British government fired its ambassador to the U.S. over his ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Peter Mandelson called Epstein his best pal in a handwritten note. It was part of a book of birthday messages to Epstein recently released by U.S. lawmakers. Bloomberg News also published emails in which Mandelson showed support for Epstein in 2008 when he pleaded guilty to charges in Florida for soliciting prostitution from a minor. The British government says the depth of Mandelson's relationship with Epstein was not known at the time of his appointment.
New charges this morning following a gruesome murder outside an East Dallas motel. We have newly obtained cell phone video. It shows Dallas police officers handcuffing a man on the ground outside the downtown suites just off of I-30. This morning, 37-year-old Jordanis Cobos Martinez is charged with murder. He is accused of killing 50-year-old Chandra Nagama Alaya. Police say the victim was beheaded. Investigators searching for a motive and some sort of connection between the suspect and this victim.
A semi-truck split in half after being hit by a train in Terrell, just east of Dallas. Happened yesterday afternoon around 4:30 near the intersection of South Ann Street and Highway 80. Authorities say 86 people were on board the train, but no one was hurt. They believe the truck became disabled while crossing the tracks. The driver was already out of the cab when that crash happened.
Coming up on Good Day, new restrictions on the sale of THC products in the state of Texas. Details on Governor Abbott's latest executive order and who will be impacted ahead.
A pretty good pitching matchup here. The Berger smashes another one deep out to center, and that one is gone.
Yeah, the Rangers got the sweep of the Brewers yesterday afternoon. Jake Berger homered twice in the 6-3 victory. The team has now won 4 straight. Not bad. After the game, manager Bruce Bochy spoke on the key to keeping this streak alive.
You keep the same approach. You know, this was a great homestand, a great series. You know, we're off tomorrow in New York, and we have a tough team there. You know, this road trip doesn't stop, you know, so, you know, we'll keep talking about, well, every series is big, every game is big, and these guys are doing a great job of putting not just the losses behind them, but the wins and keeping their focus and just playing great baseball.
Next up, the New York Mets tomorrow night with Jacob deGrom up against his former team.
Still a pretty decent start on this Thursday morning. Temperatures are in the 60s and low 70s with that dry air in place. Not bad as you send the kiddos out the door for school. Mostly clear skies, fairly pleasant. By this afternoon, we're back in the low 90s in typical late summer fashion. Maybe a couple of cirrus clouds, and that's pretty much it as sunshine dominates. Winds stay light. Remember, too, light winds, dry air, warmer temperatures in the immediate metroplex. That air quality alert is in place. So limit your time outdoors if you have respiratory issues. What's the latest on the road?
So we now have two concerns on LBJ. Number one, a stalled vehicle just conked out going eastbound from the Dallas North Tollway to the 75 Central interchange. Kind of hard to make out, so let me circle it real quick. You can see that truck trying to go around it. We know that Courtesy Patrol has sent a crew out here to try to help out. Backups are building back past Hillcrest. And then on 635 LBJ, in that last report, I was talking about an issue heading through the Irving area and over through Coppell. On the westbound side, most certainly a bad crash. Only the right shoulder at best gets by, and from time to time they've been blocking everything as they continue to assess this situation. Back up here is heavy, back nearly to Luna Road now. Please avoid this section of LBJ if at all possible. Good news over in Tarrant County, specifically in Hurst on southbound East Loop 820. That crash at the 121 split turned out to not be major in nature, and they were able to get that off the beaten path quickly. Folks on other roadways in Tarrant County haven't seen any major issues. Lauren?
Thanks for the update. Well, just in from Plano East Senior High School, classes canceled today. There are some ongoing electrical repair problems right now. They posted about, I should say the district posted about the switch on Facebook. Plano ISD says the closure just affects the Plano East campus. And the crews are working around the clock to try to finish the work, and will provide updates later today on the schedule for school on Friday. Minors in Texas can no longer purchase THC products. Governor Greg Abbott signing an executive order yesterday banning the sale to anyone under the age of 21. The order also says that stores that sell THC products cannot be within 1,000 feet of a school or a church. Abbott calling on the state health department and the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission to tighten regulations.
Wanted to use this opportunity to make sure that I empowered the State Department of Health Services to do what is already within their regulatory power, to make sure this is going to be banned for our kids. That alone will make our communities a whole lot safer.
The topic of THC regulations heavily debated in the last legislative session. Abbott vetoed one proposal, and lawmakers just couldn't agree on another pitch in either special session. The governor says the Texas legislature should still issue some more comprehensive regulations, but he does not support a total ban. We'll be right back.
6:30 a.m. You're watching Good Day, live and local on Fox 4.
Welcome back. A manhunt underway after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
He was speaking to a large crowd at Utah Valley University on Wednesday when he was shot. Kirk was the CEO and co-founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA. Just before the single shot, Kirk was taking questions about mass shootings in America. Authorities have questioned 2 different people on possible connections to the shooting. Both were released. The governor of Utah addressed the tragedy.
Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends.
Prior to Wednesday's shooting, there was a large online group protesting the event. A petition received 1,000 signatures in an attempt to block his appearance. However, university leaders allowed it to proceed as a matter of free speech.
Several Texas leaders reacting to Kirk's death includes the governor. On social media, he posted, quote, "Charlie's voice was a beacon for millions of young Americans searching for truth, courage, and conviction. This senseless act of violence has no place in America." Abbott also ordered all state government buildings to lower both the U.S. and Texas flags at half-staff. Flags will be returned to normal Sunday. And Senator Ted Cruz says he's devastated and heartbroken. On social media, he said, quote, "Charlie Kirk's murder was an act of unspeakable evil. Charlie was a close friend. We first met when he was just 18, and Turning Point was just an idea."
The trial starts Thursday for a man accused of attempting to assassinate President Trump a year ago. Opening statements begin today in South Florida against Ryan Ruth. A jury was selected yesterday. He's representing himself, but his former attorneys will be on standby. The Secret Service says Ruth was hiding in the bushes with a rifle while Trump played golf at his course in Palm Beach last September. He pleaded not guilty to all the charges. If convicted, he faces life in prison.
All right, another comfortable start this morning. Temperatures in the upper 60s and low 70s. So not as cool as what we saw at this time yesterday. And you'll notice that trend continuing, especially when it comes to our afternoon high temperatures in typical early to mid-September fashion. Summer reminding us, yeah, it is still officially summer. We are waiting on the start of fall, and honestly, by the end of next week and into the weekend, yeah, then we're only a couple of days from that official start to fall. Temperatures look to stay above average, but we could see some slight relief in the form of very low shower chances. That's not the case over the next 7 days, though, with dew points remaining in the upper 50s and low 60s. The air is still very dry, and it'll stay that way through the afternoon as high pressure remains in control. Maybe we see a few cirrus clouds, but that's it. Mostly clear skies to start, sunshine to finish. You can see a couple of those cirrus clouds there off in the distance from our computer camera shot. Ample sun continues as we climb into the low 90s this afternoon. Not bad at all, but slowly but surely climbing above normal for this time of year. The one thing that's missing from the extended forecast, yep, you guessed it, a shot at some showers and thunderstorms as high pressure remains in control. Now, you ended a couple of reports ago with a new issue that had just popped up. Chip, what's the latest there?
Well, now I actually have another new issue to note, and we're going to start in Fort Worth. So northbound traffic on I-35W approaching I-30. In a pocket where we were looking earlier for trouble, we now officially do have an issue. And there's a look at the crash. Emergency crews just pulled up and have blocked off the 2 right lanes. The backup is growing quickly back past I-20. Folks in the Rendon-Crowley area and points to the south, please take note and add time to the drive heading toward the Fort Worth Mixmaster. On LBJ in Dallas, lots of issues, and I should say Dallas County, because the first thing I'm going to look at here is the westbound wreck in Irving, specifically moving from MacArthur Boulevard over toward Olympus. Several vehicles involved in the crash. It's a delicate situation. That's a head-on look at how the traffic is detoured over to the far right lane. That's what it looks like approaching. Average speed about 2 or 3 miles an hour. In the last couple of minutes, there's been a new wreck on eastbound LBJ. And as we get to the action, you can see emergency crews have pulled up. One of the vehicles is sitting in the middle of the highway. The other vehicles are over on the right side of the road, and more emergency crews are heading this way. I'm going to bet that we'll end up seeing the 3 right lanes blocked and only the left lane getting through once the next set of crews arrive. And then on 635 LBJ going eastbound at Coit, just a quick reminder, you still have a disabled vehicle in the middle of the roadway. So another backup begins as one passes Preston Road in this area. And that's a quick look at the morning drive. Brandon, Lauren, back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. Today marks 24 years since the 9/11 attacks that killed nearly 3,000 people in New York City.
We have a live look at Ground Zero this morning in Lower Manhattan. The names of the victims will be read aloud by family and loved ones. There's going to be a big ceremony there later this morning. On this day back in 2001, terrorists hijacked 4 planes. 2 crashed into the Twin Towers in New York, another into the Pentagon in Virginia. That 4th plane crashed in a field in Pennsylvania after passengers fought back against the terrorists. President Trump and the First Lady will honor those lives lost at the Pentagon in Virginia before heading to New York for a Yankees baseball game.
New Yorkers are turning the pain from that day into action. In the years following the attacks, the National Day of Service was born. Thousands of people, including volunteers from Fox, filled the USS Intrepid on Wednesday to pack meals for those in need. It was a time to share those painful memories and package 2 million meals for their neighbors facing food insecurity.
Here at home inside Globe Life Field, volunteers packing meals to feed nearly 400,000 people as part of this National Day of Service. 1,300 people signed up to help out today, and all of these meals are going to go to the North Texas Food Bank. Dan Godwin's headed to Arlington today. He'll show us what it all looks like and how they're packaging everything up. Look for those live reports a little bit later, right here on Good Day.
It is 6:36. Coming up, accused of driving while intoxicated, how police in Tarrant County arrested one man that they say fell asleep behind the wheel.
Efforts to track down the suspect who hit a boy in Fort Worth and drove off. We got to look at the damage left behind.
Welcome back. A suspected drunken driver woke up to find his car boxed in by police in the Fort Worth suburb of White Settlement. It was all captured on camera. Police positioned their vehicles to try to stop the driver, who had apparently fallen asleep at the wheel early Monday. They found the driver on West Point Boulevard near Loop 820. Two people reported to 911 that the driver was going the wrong way. When officers tried to wake him up, police say he hit the gas and struck a police unit. They eventually broke the window and put the car in park.
Now, once we start investigating it further, this individual's more than 2 times, the legal limit. We're really thankful for the caller. Had they not called, who knows if he wouldn't have fell asleep at this curb line, could he have ended up somewhere? Or had we not boxed the vehicle in?
And police identified the driver as 22-year-old Andrew Moss Deadman. He's charged with driving while intoxicated.
Police need your help tracking down a hit-and-run driver. This morning, we're getting our first look at the damage left behind after an 8-year-old boy was hit by a car at a Fort Worth apartment complex. We have pictures of the bike now that Liam Park was riding last Friday when he was hit by a dark-colored SUV or truck. You can see the tire bent. Lots of damage to the bike. There's a twisted seat. The child recovering from scrapes and cuts. We spoke with him here on Good Day. Thankfully, no broken bones, though. People nearby say the driver actually got out, took a look at the boy, got back in his vehicle, and drove off.
Still gathering evidence to see what that vehicle may be, maybe give the media a license plate. What we're trying to do right now is just see if that driver will come forward, or anybody that heard about what's going on will share with us.
If you know anything about the suspect or suspect's vehicle, contact the detective assigned to this case. You can see all his information there. It's also at fox4news.com. It is 6:41, bringing the heat as we inch closer to the weekend. Kylie breaks down our Toasty Thursday forecast coming up next. And, we got some traffic issues.
We do.
Check in with Chip as well.
Yeah, it's only week 2 of the regular season, but the Cowboys could already be dealing with setbacks. What we know about cornerback Deron Bland's latest injury.
is a pre-Friday, which means we are already looking at that weekend forecast. And this weekend forecast, a little bit different than what we saw last weekend, with that taste of fall on Saturday staying in the 70s and on Sunday barely climbing into those low 80s. That is just not the case this weekend. Summer reminding us it is still officially summer as we climb a couple of degrees above normal each afternoon, and that trend continues into the weekend too, with those low to mid 90s taking over as high pressure remains in control. Tomorrow, lots of sun, a little warmer than what we expect to see today. Now, the one change that you might notice by Sunday afternoon, some extra clouds and slightly higher humidity, but still feeling like summer. Beautiful shot of the horizon there this morning. This is our Dallas computer camera shot, and you can see just a few wispy cirrus clouds, and that's it. In fact, mostly clear skies, ample sun. That's on tap for our Thursday, thanks to high pressure inching to the east, eventually overtaking nearly all of our North Texas viewing area. Temperatures to start this morning were in the mid to upper 60s and low 70s in the immediate metroplex. Remember, the temperature follows the trend of the dew point, so maybe we fall another degree or two by sunrise, but that's pretty much it. Dew points are in the upper 50s, and they'll stay that way into the afternoon. So thankfully, yes, that drier air stays put. And on our satellite and radar, you can see, well, all is quiet across the majority of the Lone Star State. That's a slight change from yesterday, where we were still watching showers and storms up in the Panhandle and across western parts of Oklahoma. Those showers and storms would dive to the south and east, but then fall apart north of the Red River, where that dry air was in place. So this afternoon, back into the low 90s, lots of sun on tap, maybe a couple of wispy cirrus clouds, but that's it. Winds stay light and out of the south-southeast now with light winds, lots of sun and warmer temperatures. Another air quality alert is in place this afternoon for the immediate metroplex, so just limit your time outdoors if you have respiratory issues. Tomorrow, more of the same, just a little hotter and maybe a couple of afternoon cumulus clouds, but as high pressure moves directly overhead, especially as we close out the work week, you'll notice our high temperatures slowly but surely climb. Now, as we head into the weekend, a storm well to the north and west, that area of low pressure, will head into the Rockies. And as that happens, we could see our winds shift slightly. Humidity could increase with a few extra clouds, especially by Sunday afternoon. Either way, those low to mid 90s take over for the foreseeable future. And you could see on our long range precip outlook that drier than normal conditions are expected, especially by the end of next week. Now, there are some indications, and you can see after our forewarned 7-day forecast stays completely dry, maybe we see a gradual pattern shift by next weekend with a few showers back in the forecast, but that is still a long ways off. Chip?
All right, so we have a lot to deal with. I'll try to get through as much as I can, and we're going to start with a new issue heading through the Hutchins and Wilmer area on southbound I-45. Right half of the highway blocked, the wreck involving an 18-wheeler, presumably, and we're talking about delays of about 10 minutes to move through that area. Lots of issues on LBJ, and now trying to get to LBJ on southbound 75 Central and Richardson. Wreck just happened. HOV lane, left lane blocked. An emergency crews are in that area. And then some good news, and maybe good news in the making, regarding all the issues on eastbound LBJ. Here's the good news at Midway. All the earlier trouble has cleared. So now we're going to look just before you get to the high five and see if they've cleared that disabled vehicle. They have not. Even though courtesy patrol's there on the scene, they have not moved that away. So please note that slowdown at least. Here's some good news on westbound LBJ as one moves over around the MacArthur interchange. Going to bring the camera shot up in that area. Remember, last look, we had a crash that was blocking up the 3 left lanes. That incident just cleared in the last few minutes, and we're definitely in recovery mode there. Meanwhile, on northbound I-35W, as one moves up past the Rosedale interchange in Fort Worth, still have remnants of a wreck on the right side of the roadway, and the consistent backups continue to build toward I-20. There are some a look at some of the other drive times in Tarrant County. We'll be back right after this break.
All right, Cowboys could be without cornerback Deron Bland following an injury.
Yeah, he hurt his foot at practice Monday, and reports say he could miss a few weeks. It's unrelated to his left foot injury from last season, where a stress fracture required surgery. He was out for 10 games there. Bland signed a 4-year contract extension worth $92 million last month.
A veteran defensive end, Jadeveon Clowney, visiting the Cowboys. 32-year-old attended practice yesterday ahead of the home opener against the Giants Sunday. There he is. Team not giving a reason for the visit, but the #1 pick did take a physical. He spent last season with Carolina before being released in May, and during his time with the Panthers, he recorded 46 combined tackles, 5.5 sacks, 11 QB hits. Sounds like he's pretty good. Also spent the 2019 season in Seattle with the Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer, so they know each other pretty well. Fox 4 gearing up for week 2 of the regular season. We got a doubleheader Sunday. Cowboys hosting the Giants for the first home game of the season, so that starts at noon. And then we got the Eagles taking on the Chiefs in Kansas City. Coverage starts at 10 a.m. with Fox NFL kickoff.
Well, Stars forward Mikko Rantanen is engaged.
Yeah, the couple and also the Dallas Stars posting photos of the engagement. There they are, looking simply beautiful.
Beautiful picture.
Now, here's what I thought was interesting. It's Mikko Rantanen. His fiance is Susanna Ranta. So she's just going to have to add the...
And then...
She wrote the caption, "Love you forever and ever." He was acquired by the Stars last year at the trade deadline. They signed him to an 8-year extension. He helped the Stars make it to the Western Conference Finals. She's kind of quiet on social media. She is from Finland. We'll be right back.
Another comfortable start this morning for our four-legged friends. Yeah, I'm sure they are loving their morning walks the last several days. And a repeat is underway today as dew points remain in the 50s with morning low temperatures in the 60s and low 70s. A quick trip up can be expected today. We are back above normal for early to mid-September as highs soar into the low and mid-90s. Thanks to Tara Garrett for sending in Jenny. Chip, you've got a pretty significant issue on the roads this morning.
Yeah, well, lots of issues for sure, and then one new one in the last 5 minutes or so. So since the last report, all of these issues, southbound I-45 moving down past I-20, southbound 75 at Spring Valley, the LBJ trouble going eastbound at Coit, all still there. But the new issue is on southbound Loop 12 Walton Walker heading from Dallas to Irving. The highway is closed past Northwest Highway before 114 because of a wreck. And it looks like the main concern right now is debris all over the highway. That's the, again, reason for the closure at this point. So pretty rough situation here. Please avoid that area. Quick reminder, in Tarrant County, the one thing we're concerned about is northbound I-35W traffic going from I-20 to I-30, where we've had remnants of a wreck on the right side of the roadway. The good news is wreckers are on the scene, loading vehicles up, and hopefully, as you can see on this shot, maybe that'll clear here in the next few minutes. Celebrity birthday time. Who's first?
Well, we begin this morning with actress Taraji P. Henson. Hidden Figures is one of my family's favorite movies. She was great in that.
Yeah.
That's a great movie.
So
she was also in The Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
I've heard is good too.
Yes, and TV's Empire.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see.
In her 50s?
I think so. Yeah. I think she's 53.
Okay, I'm going to say 49.
52.
55. Wow, okay, all right. Rapper Ludacris. Debut album released in 1999.
That's just crazy.
Really? Wow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yes, Lauren, you're so street. Yes. Let's see, 99. So, oh, goodness. Well, does that make him 49? I'll go another 49.
Yeah.
No, he's got to be older, right?
He was pretty young when that came out.
Okay.
I'm
going 50, straight up 50.
47 for me.
48! Oh, we're close. We're so close. Singer Harry Connick Jr. I've seen him in concert. He's great in concert.
I want to sing right now, but I can't.
I know. Yeah. Pay money.
He's got to be, I'm going to say, the big 6-0.
Well, that's where I was going to go. So I'll go. I was going to go. So I'll say 59 then.
I'll do 61.
58. Oh, we're close. One off. All right. Happy birthday to you. If it's your big day, you're watching Good Day.
Fox 4, the only local news at 7 a.m. This is Good Day.
The search continues for the shooter who killed conservative political activist Charlie Kirk at a college in Utah. We have a reaction coming up.
Police in White Settlement arrest a suspected drunken driver after he was found asleep behind the wheel of a vehicle that was still in drive.
Plus, the nation will mark 24 years since the 9/11 terror attacks by honoring thousands of victims today. Good morning. It's Thursday, September 11th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisball.
Well, the manhunt continues this morning for the person who shot and killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
He was speaking at a big event at Utah Valley University. He was shot in the neck. Fox 4's Peyton May joins us in studio with the very latest on this investigation. Peyton?
Yes, Lauren, officials say 2 people were taken into custody, questioned, and later released. Investigators determined they were not involved in killing Charlie Kirk. Authorities are now asking the public for information to lead them to the shooter. Charlie Kirk is known for hosting events on college campuses, inviting those who do not share his conservative views to debate with him. He was speaking to a crowd of more than 3,000 people gathered on the Utah Valley University campus on Wednesday afternoon when the discussion was interrupted by a single gunshot that hit Kirk in the neck. Investigators say the shot was fired from a nearby rooftop. The shooter got away during the chaos of people running from the scene. Now, there was a lot of controversy leading up to the event. An online petition received 1,000 signatures to try and block Kirk's appearance. University leaders allowed it all to go on as a matter of free speech.
We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here.
Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation.
The governor of Utah is calling this a political assassination. Witnesses say Kirk was speaking to the crowd about gun violence at the time he was shot. Kirk got involved in politics at a young age and co-founded the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA right out of high school. A memorial went up Wednesday afternoon outside the group's Arizona headquarters. Now, federal, state, and local authorities are working together on what they say are multiple active crime scenes. This is an active manhunt, and we'll update you when we learn more information. Reporting, I'm Peyton May for Good Day.
Thank you, Peyton. President Trump posted to social media reacting to the shooting from the Oval Office late yesterday evening. Take a listen.
An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations.
The president called Kirk a martyr. He blamed what he called the radical left for the murder, calling it violent rhetoric. Kirk was a Trump ally. The president says he helped him win the 2024 election. Former President George W. Bush released a statement saying the open exchange of opposing ideas should be sacrosanct. Violence and vitriol must be purged from the public square. Members of other political parties are not our enemies. They are our fellow citizens. May God bless Charlie Kirk and his family, and may God guide America toward civility. Former President Barack Obama said we don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott said Charlie's voice was a beacon for millions of young Americans searching for truth, courage, and conviction. This senseless act of violence has no place in our America. Our prayers are with Charlie's family and his loved ones, especially the 2 young children he leaves behind. Texas stands with them in mourning and in honoring Charlie's enduring legacy.
Shooting death of Charlie Kirk, the latest in a string of recent violent incidents involving political figures. In June, a gunman targeted 2 Minnesota Democrats. Former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman was assassinated. State Senator John Hoffman was shot. A man accused of plotting the assassination of President Trump is on trial this week. That was the second attempt after the president was also shot in the ear at a rally last year. SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson says the internet and social media these days really amplifies the polarization.
People really dial up their rage to maximum levels when they're communicating online in a way that they are less likely to do when they communicate face to face. So I think that's been an important transition. But the other thing is people enclose themselves in partisan information bubbles.
In response to the threats, Congress approved a bill that would provide funding for home security for lawmakers, including cameras, alarm systems, and also private security.
It's 5 minutes after 7 o'clock. I want to change gears here. Check in with Kylie this morning. More of the same?
More of the same, Brandon. You're exactly right. Yesterday, we officially climbed above 90 degrees. It's been a minute. In fact, I'd say we've been fairly spoiled over the last several afternoons, and that began last weekend with that false fall as we stayed in the 70s Saturday. The low 80s took over Sunday, and then each afternoon we climbed little by little. Yesterday topping out at 91 degrees, a degree above average for early to mid-September. Those summer-like temperatures take control through the extended forecast. We are back in the low to mid-90s easily over the next 7 days. Now, the plus side of this forecast, one, it's still pretty comfortable out there this morning, even in the 60s and low 70s. Dew points are in the upper 50s. High pressure returns, keeps us warm and dry as we close out the week and head into the weekend. We could see a gradual increase in humidity too over the next few days, but still nothing crazy. We can handle this. Satellite and radar is quiet and will stay that way all afternoon. Maybe a couple of wispy cirrus clouds, By tomorrow afternoon, with a slight increase in humidity, a couple more cumulus clouds will be possible. But all in all, sunshine dominates through the extended forecast with not a drop of rain in sight. Chip, I feel like over the last hour, the roads really started to become more busy.
I have definitely had my hands full, and here's a look at what's currently causing big traffic jams out and about. We're going to start with the drive out of Richardson and into Dallas first. The HOV lane, left lane, still blocked as one moves southbound on 75 Central Expressway, approaching this busy interchange. The positive thing you can see here is the fact that wreckers are on the scene loading up vehicles, and the hope is they can clear that soon. I would still add 20 minutes to the drive, though, heading down from the Plano area and moving to 75 Central on eastbound LBJ. Still have this disabled vehicle in the middle of the roadway as we wait for a wrecker to show up there on that scene. Southbound Loop 12 Alton Walker going from Dallas to Irving. We still have the closure between Northwest Highway and 114 because of a bad crash and a lot of debris on the highway. We don't know how long this closure is going to stay in play. My guess is not much longer, just watching that fire truck move out. Good news and bad news regarding the traffic flow on I-35W moving northbound at Morningside. The good news is that crash is cleared to pass Rosedale, but the bad news is we've had a wreck happen in the backup at Rippey, blocking the left lane. Lauren?
All right, thank you. Classes canceled today at Plano East Senior High School because of ongoing electrical repairs. Plano ISD posting about the problem this morning on social media. District says the closure just affects the Plano East campus. Crews working on the issue around the clock now. A semi-truck split in half after being hit by a train in Terrell, east of Dallas, happened yesterday afternoon around 4:30. This is the intersection of South Ann Street and Highway 80. Authorities say 86 people were on board the train. No one hurt. They believe the truck became disabled while crossing the tracks. The driver already out of the cab when the crash happened, thankfully. A suspected drunken driver woke up to find his car boxed in by police in the Fort Worth suburb of White Settlement.
Yeah, this was all captured on camera. Police positioned their vehicles in front and behind him to try to stop the driver, who had apparently fallen asleep at the wheel early Monday. They found the driver on West Point Boulevard near Loop 820. Two people reported to 911 that the driver was going the wrong way. When officers tried to wake him up, police say he hit the gas and struck a police unit. They eventually broke the window and put the car in park.
You know, once we start investigating it further, this individual's more than 2 times, the legal limit. We're really thankful for the caller. Had they not called, who knows if he wouldn't have fell asleep at this curb line, could he have ended up somewhere? Or had we not boxed the vehicle in?
And police identified the driver as 22-year-old Andrew Moss Dedman. He's charged with driving while intoxicated. A homeowner shot a man who was suspected of shooting an Austin police officer and another woman.
So we first told you about this story on Good Day at 9 a.m. yesterday. The officer spotted a stolen car in the popular Zilker Park area. Apparently called to have it towed. Police say a man and woman showed up. The man opened fire, striking the woman and the officer. The officer expected to recover. The man ran off, was later shot when police say he tried to break into a house. He is expected to face charges once released from the hospital. The condition of the woman injured has not been released. Just outside Denver, 2 students recovering after they were shot at their high school. Local sheriff says the gunman was a fellow student who turned the gun on himself. He died soon after.
It happened yesterday afternoon at Evergreen High School, 30 miles west of Denver in the Rocky Mountain foothills. More than 100 police officers from surrounding areas rushed in to help. The gunfire stopped before they arrived. One student is still in critical condition. Doctors say the other has non-life-threatening injuries. We're working to learn more details about the students who were shot and what led up to the gunfire. Well, today marks 24 years since the 9/11 attacks that killed nearly 3,000 people in New York City.
We have a live look at Ground Zero this morning. This is in Lower Manhattan. The names of the victims will be read aloud by family and loved ones. There's going to be a big ceremony later this morning here. On this day back in 2001, terrorists hijacked 4 planes. 2 crashed into the Twin Towers in New York, another into the Pentagon in Virginia. The 4th plane crashed in a field in Pennsylvania after passengers fought back against the terrorists. President Trump and the First Lady are going to honor those lives lost at the Pentagon in Virginia and then head to New York for a Yankees baseball game.
It is 11 minutes after 7 o'clock. The Texas Rangers tried to make it 3 in a row over the team with the best record in baseball. We've got highlights coming up.
All right, our warm weather's going to stick around. We're drying up. Kylie has the forecast coming up next.
Seen a pretty good pitching matchup here. And Berger smashes another one deep out to center, and that one is gone.
Well, the Texas Rangers got the sweep on the Brewers yesterday afternoon. Jake Berger homered twice in the 6-3 victory. It was only the second time all year that Milwaukee has been swept. The Rangers have now won 4 straight and remain a game and a half out of a wild card spot. This is kind of cool. The Rangers are an MLB best 14-4 since August 22nd. They're 7 games over 500 for the first time this season. And they've done all of this without ace pitcher Nathan Eovaldi, 2-time World Series MVP Corey Seager, second baseman Marcus Semien, slugger Adolis Garcia, and center fielder Evan Carter. Wow. A bunch of fill-in rookies have been making big plays in this Rangers run, and they'll need to keep it up if they hope to make the playoffs. After the game, manager Bruce Bochy spoke on the key to keeping this streak alive.
You keep the same approach. You know, this was a great homestand, a great series. You know, we're off tomorrow in New York, and we have a tough team there. You know, this road trip doesn't stop, you know, so, you know, we'll keep talking about, well, every series is big, every game is big, and these guys are doing a great job of putting not just the losses behind them, but the wins and keeping their focus and just playing great baseball.
And the Rangers face the Mets tomorrow night with Jacob deGrom up against his former team. Boy, if those rookies keep doing that well and we get those other guys back.
I know.
Now, a couple of them aren't coming back, right?
Nathan Eovaldi, I think, is not coming back, but a couple of others may, at least for the playoffs.
I mean, bench running deep. That's
yeah.
It's you, fun. Sports girl.
Look at that.
Stop. Just pull that out of my hat.
On sports.
No, they've been really fun to watch. I mean, especially since late August. So love to see it. Let's go Rangers. Big series coming up too this weekend. Okay, the last couple of weeks we have been all over the place weather-wise. I mean, from the triple digits this time last week back into Yeah, the 70s Saturday, the 80s Sunday, the 80s continued through Tuesday afternoon before we finally climbed above the 90-degree mark yesterday afternoon. It was only a matter of time. That's pretty typical this time of year that we see some sort of a cool down before summer reminds us, yeah, okay, I'm still here. As we await for the official start to fall, we will feel more like summer over the next several days. In fact, the extended forecast, low to mid 90s with not a drop of rain in sight. And that's thanks to a couple of different things that I'll explain here in a second. Temperatures to start upper 60s and low 70s. Beautiful sunrise there in the distance with just a couple of cirrus clouds. Dew points are right at about 60 degrees. Not bad, still fairly comfortable. And we're going to keep those dew points in the upper 50s and low 60s this afternoon, which with the dry air in place, lots of sun, warmer temperatures, light winds, that is a recipe for some air pollution to build up this afternoon. Air quality alerts remain in place for the immediate metroplex, so limit your time outdoors if you have those respiratory issues. Satellite and radar is quiet as high pressure out in West Texas inches a little bit closer to North Texas. It eventually moves overhead both tomorrow and Saturday, and what that'll do is allow our high temperatures to climb a little bit more and keep us dry. Yep, you guessed it, over the next several days. 60s and 70s to start. Dry air remains, so lots of sun is out there this morning. Maybe a couple of cirrus clouds on tap this afternoon, and that's it. Now, you will notice a couple of changes as we close out the work week and head into the weekend. Humidity will increase slightly. So by tomorrow afternoon, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of cumulus clouds develop. We keep that dry forecast in place, all thanks to that ridge of high pressure moving overhead as we close out the work week and head into the weekend. Now, a storm system up in the Rockies over the next couple of days doesn't do much here. We still keep a dry forecast as that ridge of high pressure remains in control, but we could see a little bit more of a breeze tomorrow and Saturday, a slight increase in humidity as well. Real quick, a look at the Atlantic Basin. It is peak hurricane season, and the National Hurricane Center is monitoring an area of disturbed weather off the west coast of Africa, now up to a 30% chance of tropical formation in the next 7 days. Just plain hot the next several days as partly to mostly sunny skies continue this weekend. Not a drop of rain in sight. Chip?
Kylie, thanks. We're going to start off with some good news. We had a crash happen in the backup of a wreck at Rosedale around the Berry Street interchange. And there you can see the good news. That crash is cleared. Right now in Fort Worth and the surrounding areas, no issues. Here's good-ish news going from Dallas to Irving on southbound Loop 12 Walton Walker. They've reopened the 2 left lanes in this area, though it is slow coming down through this area still. So I'd definitely add time to the drive. Along 635 LBJ, a reminder, we've had some trouble with a disabled vehicle, and now, unfortunately, a crash has happened right at the beginning of the transition. They got the stall cleared, but now you have that wreck. You get the idea, no fun. And then on southbound 75 Central, good news, all the trouble at Spring Valley is cleared out. Quick note in Garland along I-30, we've had a recent wreck happen on what's normally the lighter side of traffic. There's a look at it. Only half of the highway getting through there. Quick look at some other drive times in the DFW area. No unusual slowdowns at the moment.
Shot right there to start our morning. 69 degrees at 7:20. Global stock markets mostly higher overnight after gains in tech stock yesterday. A surprisingly encouraging report on inflation and a stunning growth forecast from Oracle over AI-related demand. That sent markets into record territory. Dow was down about 0.5%. NASDAQ rose a few points to set another all-time high. And the S&P 500 was up 0.3%, also closing at a new record. Stock futures pointing to a higher opening on Wall Street today. Well, the U.S. Labor Department is going to investigate one of its own branches and how it complies and reports economic data. The department is reviewing the Bureau of Labor Statistics just 2 days after a revision in the estimated number of jobs decline. Tuesday, the BLS released revisions to employment figures showing 911,000 fewer jobs. That's a big number. A July jobs report that subtracted 258,000 jobs from previous reports, both reports based on new employer data. President Donald Trump fired the BLS commissioner after the updated estimates. He accused her of rigging the new numbers to hurt him politically. Okay, so yesterday we said the price of gas was falling. Well, now it's the opposite. It's on the rise. AAA says the average price of gas in our area actually jumped 17 cents from the day before, so we're paying about $2.88 for a gallon of regular in our area. That's up from $2.71 the day before. The reason may be because of some refinery issues in several states. The price of oil remaining relatively low, though. West Texas Intermediate crude trading at $63 a barrel this morning. It's 7:22. NASA says a discovery by its Mars Perseverance rover may hint at ancient signs of life. We got details when we come back. Beautiful. Look at the horizon there, 7:25. So, rover on NASA rover on Mars may have found the strongest sign of past life. So there's a rock sample that shows signs of ancient microbes.
Yeah, it will need a little more study, hopefully in labs on Earth, before reaching any conclusions. Fox's Sarah Allegre has the story from NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Well, scientists, they usually expect signs of life in older rocks, but these samples were gathered from some of the youngest rocks the rovers looked at, hinting that potential signs of past life on Mars could be a lot more recent than once thought. Now, last July, NASA's Perseverance rover found a rock on Mars called Chiava Falls. It drilled a sample from it, and NASA thinks it could have clues to ancient life. The rock's made out of clay and silt, which is great for preserving signs of microbes. The rover diver also found colorful mineral spots called leopard spots. And these are minerals that on Earth are often created by tiny life forms. Scientists say those spots can also form without life, but that usually means high heat or acidic conditions. Now, experts say that most likely didn't happen here. NASA's acting administrator Sean Duffy says scientists have spent the past year checking the data, and right now everything points to life once existing on Mars.
We put it out to our scientific friends to pressure test it, to analyze it, and go, did we get this right? Do we think this is signs of ancient life on Mars? And after a year of review, they've come back and they said, listen, we can't find another explanation. So this very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
This is just one out of 27 rock samples that NASA's Perseverance rover collected, and scientists say each one could lead to more clues about life on the red planet. From NASA's Johnson Space Center, Sarah Allegre, Fox News.
It is 7:27, a pre-Friday, decent temperatures out there. I mean, we're right at 69 degrees, but there's that sun that's going to warm us up. Kylie has a forecast ahead.
Good Day continues at 7:30 a.m. here on Fox 4.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. There is a manhunt underway after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. We're expecting a news conference in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, he was speaking to a large crowd yesterday at Utah Valley University when he was shot. Kirk was the CEO and co-founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA. Just before the single shot, Kirk was taking questions about mass shootings in America. Authorities have questioned two different people on possible connections to the shooting. Both were released. The governor of Utah addressed the tragedy.
Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends.
Prior to Wednesday's shooting, there was a large group protesting the event. An online petition received 1,000 signatures in an attempt to block his appearance. However, university leaders allowed it to proceed as a matter of free speech. All right, 7:30, time to check in with Kylie. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. We are waking up to another fairly pleasant start. Temperatures just falling into the upper 60s in the immediate metroplex, but with dew points hovering right around 59 or 60 degrees. Yeah, that tells you that the air is still fairly dry, so it could always be worse. Mostly clear skies to start, just a couple of cirrus clouds off in the distance. That trend will continue into the afternoon as sunshine takes control through the extended forecast. Dew points to start. You can see where that really dry air is in place off to the west with dew points in the low and mid 50s. In the metroplex, upper 50s and low 60s, and then off to the east, those mid 60s where there's slightly more moisture in the atmosphere. Here's the deal. This afternoon, as high pressure inches a little bit closer, we will gradually see temperatures climb about a degree or two above what we topped out at yesterday. That trend continues tomorrow as high pressure moves directly overhead and into the weekend. There will be a slight increase in humidity, though, maybe a couple of degrees of an added heat index tomorrow and Saturday. Now, the weekend forecast also quiet. In fact, our next 7 days will feature highs in the low to mid 90s and a completely dry forecast as our weather pattern remains stagnant. I'll tell you what has not been stagnant, and that's several issues on the roads as folks are really struggling in some spots.
They really are. And what I wanted to do is start off first with the traffic flow trying to go in the eastbound direction. Any major highway right now, the sun is right in your eyes. And so you really want to make sure that you have a lot of extra space between you and the vehicles around you. That's what it looks like on I-30 right now, moving past 360. Just difficult drive, so be careful no matter where you're going. Now for the incident. Southbound on Loop 12 Walton Walker in the Irving area. This is remnants of a crash still on the right side of the roadway. Traffic is definitely heavy back to the I-35 split still as we wait for records for those vehicles. On 635 LBJ, we had a stall get cleared out and then a new incident pop up, and you can see records are on the scene of that problem, and hopefully that will clear here fairly soon. Just a quick note as I pull that back off. Northbound on the Dallas North Tollway heading up past Spring Valley had a wreck happen. At its worst, only one lane can get by. They're trying to get more lanes open in that area as quickly as possible. And then a reminder, and this is an eastbound wreck, I-30 around the George Bush Turnpike interchange. The earlier trouble that was in the two right lanes just cleared from the highway. Brandon, Lauren?
All right, Chip, thanks. The city of Grapevine will continue their yearly tradition today, honoring the victims of the 9/11 terrorist attack.
Fox 4's Shannon Murray live at the city's 9/11 memorial, where tributes will begin soon. Shannon?
Lauren and Brandon, they do host this event every single year. They say it is critical that they never forget that tragic day 24 years ago. You can see everyone getting set up here right now in front of the 9/11 memorial here in Grapevine. The city is hosting this event to commemorate the 24th anniversary. The fire chief will give opening remarks here this morning. Then flight attendants and pilots will also speak here today. At 7:46, the flag will be lowered to half staff, and there will be a moment of silence and remembrance of the first plane hitting the North Tower. They'll also have a bell ceremony and a wreath laying. Then at 8:03, another moment of silence in remembrance of the second plane hitting the South Tower. And this morning, we talked to the fire chief, who said he can recall that morning very well 24 years ago. And while we are far from New York City, he says Grapevine will continue to remember the victims and their families.
We're going to never forget, just like we always said, that, you know, we've got many people in our jobs today that weren't even born on September 11, 2001. So it's important for us to continue to remember and never forget those brave individuals, the police officers, the Port Authority, the firefighters who ran towards danger that day to rescue those Americans that were in those towers.
And again, this is an annual tradition here in Grapevine. If you're not able to make it here today, you will be able to watch a live stream of this memorial remembrance ceremony on the City of Grapevine Facebook page. We can also share a link on our website, fox4news.com. And we'll check in with you guys here in the next hour of Good Day with another look at this event once it gets started any minute now here in Grapevine. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Murray for Good Day.
All right, Shannon, thanks. It is 7:35. Coming up, Governor Abbott signs off on restrictions over who can get THC products in Texas. We get a look at the change ahead.
A mother speaks out after her son collapses on the football field. Her emotional thank you to all who saved him. start to the day, 7:38 on this pre-Friday, 69 degrees. Minors in Texas can no longer purchase THC products.
Governor Greg Abbott signed an executive order yesterday banning the sale to anyone under the age of 21. Excuse me. The order also says that stores that sell THC products cannot be within 1,000 feet of schools or churches. Abbott is calling on the state health department and the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission to tighten regulations.
Wanted to use this opportunity to make sure that I empowered the State Department of Health Services to do what is already within their regulatory power, to make sure this is going to be banned for our kids. That alone will make our communities a whole lot safer.
Now, the topic of THC regulations was heavily debated in the last legislative session. Abbott vetoed one proposal, and lawmakers couldn't agree on another pitch in either special session. The governor says the Texas legislature should still issue more comprehensive regulations, but he does not support a total ban. A Texas mother is grateful for the people who responded quickly to save her son's life after his heart stopped at a football game.
Andrea Benavidez says that she was in the stands Monday night. She was watching her 12-year-old son, Andrew Garcia, play football. He was playing for Halton Middle School. He collapsed on the sidelines. Athletic trainers jumped into action, immediately started performing CPR on the 7th grader, and shocked him with an AED.
Noticed him collapse face forward and no movement, so I immediately knew something was wrong. By the time I made it to him, he had already lost all the color in his face. He was not responsive at all. He was ice cold to the touch.
Benavidez says she is so grateful for the trainers, the medical staff. She says it's really hard to pinpoint why this happened, but Garcia's being checked out. He's hoping he can play football again. I know they said he was at the hospital undergoing several tests, so hey, he's alive, he's doing well. Nice to see. It is 7:40. Spotted at Dallas Cowboys practice, a possible new addition to the team? Oh, we've got the scoop ahead.
Kylie says we're going to close out the work week and head into the weekend looking the same, weather-wise, same as we did before, when we might see some actual changes just ahead. back on this, well, from the downtown looks a little hazy there.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Sun's up, though.
Sun's coming up, and it's warming up.
I feel like that's what it looks like every morning.
I know.
Like,
It's just
a little hazy. We're all just
more
a
of the
little,
same.
a little hazy in the morning, right?
Well, and speaking of that haze, too, I do want to mention there is another air quality alert this afternoon. We see that, I mean, it's pretty typical whenever you have low humidity, light winds, sunshine, warm air, respiratory issues. Brandon, hear you hacking over there.
Yeah.
Limit your time outdoors. That's going to be the focal point the next couple of days. And we just keep climbing. In fact, summer reminding us, yep, it's still summer after that false fall last weekend as temperatures didn't get out of the 70s on Saturday. We stayed in the low 80s Sunday, and then each afternoon we've climbed slowly but surely. Yesterday, we officially topped out at 91 degrees, just an average early to mid-September day, but over the next several days, we climb above average. In fact, through this weekend, highs in the mid-90s look more likely as high pressure remains firmly in control. Lots of sun on tap. You will start to notice some extra clouds, though, both Saturday and Sunday. An increase in those mid to high level clouds, especially by Sunday afternoon, will allow for skies to turn partly sunny at times. All in all, nothing crazy as our weather pattern remains fairly stagnant. Upper 60s and low 70s to start this morning. Light winds have already taken over, and you can see some outlying areas that are slightly cooler. McKinney and Denton down into the low 60s to start. But with all of us looking at dew points in the 50s and low 60s, honestly, it doesn't feel half bad. We can handle another comfortable start and a comfortable evening once again. On our satellite and radar, things are quiet. You could notice some high clouds, though, especially across northeastern parts of North Texas, and that is it as high pressure inches a little bit closer to North Texas over the next 24 to 48 hours. Temperatures just keep climbing. We're in the low 90s this afternoon. Like I said, pollution watch in place for the immediate metroplex. Slightly warmer than yesterday, and that trend continues over the next couple of days. Tonight, another fairly comfortable night. However, the dew point will slowly start to increase. That could allow for a couple of cumulus clouds to develop by tomorrow afternoon. You could also notice a slight added heat index both tomorrow and Saturday. High pressure, that's all it takes as it inches closer to North Texas. It strengthens overhead. That keeps us warm and dry over the next week as those low to mid 90s take over for the foreseeable future. Now, by the end of next week, the Climate Prediction Center still keeping us at that drier than normal status by the end of the week. However, there are some indications that we could introduce low shower chances by next weekend, still several days out. So we're just focusing on that heat. Partly to mostly sunny skies as our pattern stays quiet. Chip.
Kylie, thanks. So up in Denton County, we've been keeping tabs on a couple of things. Number one, a disabled vehicle on northbound I-35W passing FM 2449. The good news is that stall was just cleared from the roadway. The bad news is it was there for a while and it's caused some slowdowns. Then on I-35E, moving to the North Texas Boulevard exit and beyond, there's been a lot of road work going on in this area. And because of that road work, it's very heavy getting off the highway in that spot. Just want you to be aware of that. Quick note on southbound Loop 12 Walton Walker, moving past Northwest Highway to 114, remnants of a wreck still on the right side of the roadway. Definitely adding time to the drive there. And then good news and bad news regarding stuff on the Dallas North Tollway. The good news is northbound on the Dallas North Tollway at Spring Valley, the crash cleared. But notice how the traffic is coagulating right here as you move past the Walnut Hill interchange. That's because there's a new wreck on the left side of the roadway with emergency crews going back to that location. Brandon?
All right, Chip, thanks. The Cowboys could be without cornerback Deron Bland following an injury. He hurt his foot at practice Monday, and reports say he could miss a few weeks. It's unrelated to his left foot injury from last season, where a stress fracture required surgery and had him out for 10 games. Bland signed a 4-year contract extension worth $92 million last month. Veteran defensive end Jadeveon Clowney visited with the Cowboys. The 32-year-old attended practice yesterday ahead of the home opener against the Giants on Sunday. The team isn't giving us a reason for the visit, but former #1 pick did take a physical. He spent last season with Carolina before being released in May. During his time with the Panthers, he recorded 46 combined tackles, 5.5 sacks, and 11 QB hits. He also spent the 2019 season in Seattle with the Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer. Well, Fox 4 is gearing up for week 2 of the regular season with a doubleheader on Sunday. The Cowboys host the Giants for their first home game of the season starting at noon. That is followed by the Eagles as they visit the Chiefs in Kansas City. Our coverage starts at 10 a.m. with Fox NFL Kickoff. Well, the Dallas Stars begin training camp a week from today, and you'll soon see quite a few Stars games right here on Fox 4 and also our sister station, KDFI More 27. There are 2 preseason games on September 20th against St. Louis and October 4th against Colorado. Both will air on More 27. In the regular season, the October 16th game against the Canucks will air on More 27. The first game on Fox 4 is October 21st against Columbus, and the last game of 2025, New Year's Eve hosting Buffalo, will air right here on Fox 4. Then the game on Tuesday, January 6th against Carolina is on More 27. On Groundhog Day, February 2nd, the Winnipeg Jets come to Dallas right on here on Fox 4, and the regular season finale, Wednesday, April 15th at Buffalo, will air on More 27. We'll have a total of 8 games on Fox 4 and 7 on More 27. Definitely proud to be the official broadcast partner of the Dallas Stars. It is 10 minutes till the top of the hour. The British ambassador to the U.S. is fired after new details emerge about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. We'll get details in the next half hour of Good Day. Also, local volunteers are taking part in a day of service to mark 24 years since 9/11. We'll take a look when we come back.
Firefighter John James Tipping II, Engine 54, Ladder 4, Battalion 9. Today we honor and remember the lives taken on September 11th,
Welcome back.
2001.
It has been 24 years since the September 11th attacks, and we are listening this morning as they are reading each name of those who passed.
Yearly ceremony that they do there in New York City at Ground Zero.
We love and miss you.
More on that to come. A group of volunteers marking 9/11 today with America's largest annual day of service.
Yeah, more than 1,300 North Texans are gathering at Globe Life Field this morning to pack meals for local families, and Dan Godwin is there live with that story. Dan.
And Brandon, it is a tradition that has really grown over the last 20+ years, the 9/11 Day of Service. There are, of course, many, many different ways to serve, but this is one of the largest efforts, this meal pack happening today here at Globe Life Field. In fact, it's an event that is occurring in 24 cities around the United States. Want to learn a little bit more about it. First, let's introduce Chloe Robertson, who is with the North Texas Food Bank, and over here is Karen Morris with the Texas Rangers Foundation. And Karen, one reason we're here at Globe Life Field, we need the space to do this meal pack.
Right, we're honored to welcome 1,300 volunteers to our concourse today. You don't see Rangers fans, but today we're gathering together to really honor and serve and give back to our community on such a special day.
And this process that'll be playing out here, it's requires a lot of organization. I mean, we are talking about, tens of thousands. How many different meals will be prepared here?
I think close to 380,000 meals will be prepared over the course of the day today.
And these are meals that can be heated up or placed in a pot, and then you add some water, heat it up, and each meal pack, individual pack, there's enough food to feed 6 people?
I think so. It's full of nutrients, it's full of protein and carbohydrates, and gets really fulfilling meal for these families that are in need in our community.
All right, let's say hello to Chloe. And we mentioned with the North Texas Food Bank, this really does have some impact what the folks are doing here.
Absolutely. So in the 12 counties that the North Texas Food Bank serves, there are over 744,000 people who aren't sure where their next meal is going to come from. And to put that into perspective, that can fill Globe Life Field, where we're at today, over 18 times.
And the operation that will begin this morning, starting at 9 a.m. Again, I was talking with Karen, it's all has to be very carefully organized and methodical so you can reach that goal of 370,000 meal packs.
Absolutely. So I know it's going to be around 380,000 meals, which goes a long way for our community. It's going to be distributed out through our partner network to feed children, seniors, and families who are facing hunger in North Texas.
Yeah, and we do have some video of the meal pack from a couple of years ago in Garland, but now you're here at Globe Life Field, and there really is a lot to this operation.
Absolutely, yes. So the scale of this operation is incredible. We really couldn't do what we do at the food bank without the support of our community. So we're thankful to everyone involved in making today happen.
Yeah, it really does involve a lot of organization, and as we mentioned, 1,300 volunteers. They will be starting their shift at 9 o'clock this morning. It continues until the afternoon here at Globe Life Field. Reporting live, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Nice to see so many participating. Thanks, Dan.
All right, it is about 3 minutes or so till the top of the hour.
All right, starting the morning, we were in the 60s. We just hit 70 degrees. We're going to be warming up all the way to the 90s again. Kylie lets us know how things are going to shake out as we head into Friday and the weekend as well.
Well, we get the latest on the manhunt after a conservative activist, Charlie Kirk, is assassinated. We'll be right back.
infection, or asthma. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. What will you do with your more? Ask a pulmonologist about Dupixent and COPD.
We are expecting an update in a few minutes on the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Details coming up.
A man arrested for a gruesome murder at a Dallas motel is facing new charges. That story just ahead.
Plus, a British diplomat fired over what was discovered in Jeffrey Epstein's files.
The only local news at 8 a.m. Thanks for watching Good Day on Fox 4.
Well, good morning. It's Thursday, September 11th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisball.
The shooter who killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk is still on the run.
The search involves multiple active crime scenes. We're being told this morning we are waiting for a news conference that's expected to happen at any moment. Until then, we turn to Fox 4's Peyton May with the latest. Peyton?
Yes, Lauren, we're waiting for an update for investigators. Like you said, at any moment, authorities haven't given information on any suspect currently. They released 2 people they questioned who they initially believed were involved in killing Charlie Kirk. Kirk is known for hosting events on college campuses, inviting those who do not share his conservative views to debate with him. He was speaking to a crowd of more than 3,000 people gathered on the Utah Valley University campus on Wednesday afternoon, when the discussion was interrupted by a single gunshot that hit Kirk in the neck. Investigators say the shot was fired from a nearby rooftop. The shooter got away during the chaos of people running from the scene. Witnesses describe those moments of panic.
We just saw it. We heard a loud shot, a loud bang, and then I saw his body actually in slow motion kind of fall over.
Everyone got down. Everyone was so scared, and I just grabbed her, and my boss was with us, which is her mom. She was like, run.
Federal, state, and local authorities are working together on what they say are multiple active crime scenes. Kirk played an influential role in rallying young Republican voters this most recent presidential election. The 31-year-old co-founded the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA right after high school. A memorial went up Wednesday afternoon outside the group's Arizona headquarters. Now, the FBI has opened up a tip line and are looking for any and all information related to the shooting. This is an active investigation. And again, Lauren and Brandon, we are expecting to learn more momentarily.
All right, we will bring you that news conference live as it happens. For now, we turn to Kylie with the latest on our weather.
Yeah, guys, good morning. Yesterday, we officially climbed above 90 degrees, and after several days with highs in the 80s, it's pretty typical this time of year. We are still officially in summer, and we are being reminded of that as our high temperatures are back in the low to mid 90s over the next several days. It could always be worse. Notice the record yesterday, 101 in 2014. It's still that time of year where the records do feature high temperatures at or above the triple-digit mark. So, like I said, no complaints here. However, those low to mid 90s take over with summer-like temperatures continuing as high pressure keeps us warm and dry. It's comfortable out there to start, and another comfortable evening is on tap thanks to slightly lower humidity remaining, but that does look to change in the next couple of days. The humidity will climb little by little. We could be dealing with an added heat index both tomorrow and Saturday. Satellite and radar right now is quiet. A few clouds have drifted across the Red River and are mainly impacting areas north and east. All of us climbing into the low and mid 90s today, a couple of degrees above what we saw yesterday, and that trend continues tomorrow and into the weekend. The one thing that's missing from our extended forecast, a shot at some showers. In fact, I still think we'll be waiting at least another week before we could see that stagnant weather pattern change slightly.
Okay.
All right, several issues on the roads that are still ongoing.
Yes, and then there have been some other issues that have popped up and disappeared quickly. So let's go to that part of the equation first. Up in Denton County, we've seen a bunch of issues pop up and disappear. And one of the most recent areas has been southbound on I-35E at the State School Mayhill Road interchange. Those that follow my social posts Post know that I just made one about a wreck blocking up the 3 right lanes. And here's the good news. When the emergency crews arrived, they realized this is a situation where they could move it from the roadway, and they have. It is still residually slow, though, moving through that area. Another great example, 183 in Hearst going into Bedford had a crash as one passes precinct line, but that too was movable, and all lanes are now open once again in that spot. Then you get over into the transition out of Dallas and into Irving, and here we've had a crash for about an hour and a half, and we're still waiting for wreckers. Not cool. Only the 2 left lanes get by, and obviously it's slow making that transition. On northbound the Dallas North Tollway heading up past Walnut Hill, good news there. That crash has been removed from the roadway. Brandon, Lauren, back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. There are new charges this morning following a gruesome murder outside a Dallas motel.
There is newly obtained cell phone video. It shows Dallas police officers handcuffing a man on the ground. This is outside the downtown suites just off of I-30, right near the Tennyson Golf Course. This morning, 37-year-old Jordanis Cobos Martinez charged with murder. Officers rushed to the East Dallas motel about 9:30 yesterday morning to a report of a stabbing. The victim, now identified as 50-year-old Chandra Naga Malahai, was lying near the front office. He had been beheaded.
Just praying for the family. Just praying for the family.
Our officers were proactively patrolling the area and responded quickly to take the violent criminal into custody. Even though he was armed with a bladed weapon, the officers showed tremendous restraint and used minimal force to apprehend him.
Police still trying to figure out how the suspect and the victim even knew each other and a motive for that gruesome crime. Police need your help to track down a hit-and-run driver. This morning, we're getting our first look at some of the damage that was left behind after an 8-year-old boy was hit by a car in a Fort Worth apartment complex.
Yeah, these are some pictures of the bike Liam Park was riding last Friday when he was hit by a dark-colored SUV or truck. You see the twisted seat, the bent front wheel there. The child is covered in scrapes and cuts, but thankfully no broken bones. People nearby say the driver got out, took one look at the boy, and then drove off.
We're still gathering evidence to see what that vehicle may be, maybe give the media a license plate. What we're trying to do right now is just see if that driver will come forward, or anybody that heard about what's going on will share with us.
If you know anything about the suspect or the suspect's vehicle, you can contact the detective assigned to this case. His information and name right there on your screen. It's also on our website, fox4news.com. Just outside Denver, 2 students are in the hospital after they were shot at their high school. The local sheriff says the gunman was a fellow student who then turned the gun on himself and died soon after.
Yeah, this happened yesterday afternoon at Evergreen High School. It's about 30 miles west of Denver in the Rocky Mountain foothills. More than 100 police officers from surrounding areas rushed to help. Gunfire stopped before authorities even got there. One student now in fair condition. Doctors say the other has non-life-threatening injuries, and we're working right now to learn more details about the students who were shot, the gunman, and what led up to that gunfire. More than 300 South Korean workers are headed home after being detained during an immigration raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia last week.
They were put on buses to Atlanta to board a charter flight that will arrive in their home country tomorrow afternoon. Authorities say some of them had illegally crossed the U.S. border, while others had entered the country legally but had expired visas. The South Korean president says companies will now hesitate to invest in the United States unless it improves its visa system. Officials in Qatar are intensifying their criticism over Israeli attacks in the Middle East.
This comes after an attack on Hamas political leadership in Qatar. The country also launching airstrikes targeting Yemen Houthi controlled capital of Sana'a, hitting military facilities. They also hit a fuel station. You can see all that black smoke. Qatar's prime minister says attacks shut down hope of hostages being released from the Gaza Strip. Internationally, the airstrike sparked fear of a larger Mideast war. Came as Hamas leaders discussed an American ceasefire proposal to end the war in Gaza. British government firing its ambassador to the U.S. over his ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Peter Mandelson called Epstein his best pal in a handwritten note. It was part of a book of birthday messages to Epstein recently released by U.S. lawmakers. Bloomberg News also published emails in which Mandelson showed support for Epstein in 2008 when he pleaded guilty to charges in Florida for soliciting prostitution from a minor. The British government says the depth of Mandelson's relationship with Epstein was not known at the time of his ambassador appointment. Today marks 24 years since the 9/11 attacks that killed nearly 3,000 people in New York City.
We have a live look from Ground Zero. This is in Lower Manhattan.
Stanford Brown.
You can hear the names of the victims being read aloud. They are being read aloud by family members and by loved ones. On this day back in 2001, terrorists hijacked 4 planes, 2 crashing into the Twin Towers in New York, another into the Pentagon in Virginia. The 4th plane crashed in a field in Pennsylvania after passengers fought back against the terrorists. President Trump and the First Lady will honor those lives lost in the Pentagon in Virginia before heading to New York for a Yankees baseball game.
All right, it's 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. We're still waiting on that news conference to start by the FBI and the Utah Public Safety, Department of Public Safety. We're waiting on that to start, and we'll bring you that as soon as we can. Right now, we're going to go to break. Welcome back. Well, as we mentioned at the top of the hour, we are expecting some new information. They're holding a news conference. It's just starting to get underway. The news conference is held by the FBI and also the Utah Department of Public Safety. Let's listen in.
9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., Political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny. They faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects. They were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles. In charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
All right, you have been listening to an update on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I think two big things came out of this. Number one, they've recovered a weapon, a high-powered rifle that was in a wooded area when the shooter fled. Second thing is that they say they know exactly where the shooter went afterwards. They have video from the stairwells. They know that he went through a neighborhood. So they're looking now at doorbell cameras or any footage from that neighborhood as well. They have an image, what they said was a pretty good image of this person, and aren't releasing it yet to the public because they do believe they can easily identify the person, which I think is a big step in this investigation.
It sounds like they had multiple cameras that caught him. They said he arrived on campus at 11:52. He went through the stairwells across the roof. Then he jumped off the roof, ran into a neighborhood. So they've got all this video of him, which then would lead them to have some at least good enough video where they can identify him on their own. So they're not going to release that video unless they can't identify him, and then they'll release that to the media and ask for the public's help. So,
right. We will have much more coming up. Stay with us, and we will. You can actually continue to watch the whole entire news conference on our website, fox4news.com, or you can head to the Fox Local app, and they will continue there. It is 8:23. We'll be right back.
All right, it is time for our Good Day birthdays on this Thursday morning. Happy first birthday to Aquilina Eliana. Jerlexis Cooper is also 1 year old. Happy first birthday. And happy second birthday to Zyla Nelson. Kai Young is also 2 years old. Happy second birthday. And happy second birthday to Daisy Fluker. Carolina Clark is the big three. Happy third birthday. Cohen Harrison is also 3 years old. Happy third birthday. And happy third birthday to Daniela Manuel. June Otterness is also 3 years old. Happy third birthday. And happy fourth to Khalil Smith. Adam Montalvo is 4 years old. Happy fourth birthday. And happy fourth birthday to Tessa Carmona. We have 3 very special Good Day birthdays today. Marla Kelly is 90 years old. Happiest of birthdays. Happy 96th to Jacob Locke. And last but not least, Inez Love is 100 years old. Well, after another comfortable start to the day with light winds in place and lots of sun, we easily climb into those low 90s this afternoon. And on your forewarned 7-day forecast, you'll notice that each day we climb little by little more. In fact, again, comfortable mornings, hot afternoons, pleasant evenings. That's the recipe through the next 7 days. Chip?
So in Dallas, along 635 LBJ, at the end of the westbound LBJ ramp to Midway, we have a crash. Want you to be aware of that. It's causing some slowdowns in that immediate area. The crash on southbound Loop 12 Alton Walker going from Dallas to Irving has not cleared quite yet, though they're working on it. Hopefully that'll be gone soon. Quick note at the north end of the airport. We just had a major crash occur southbound on 121, moving down toward the north end of the airport. You can see most all of the highway is blocked. Please avoid that area for now.
6:30 a.m. Good Day continues live and local on Fox 4.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. We just heard from investigators giving us an update on the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
We know the manhunt is still underway. They do not have the suspect in custody. The FBI says they have images, multiple images from multiple cameras and multiple angles of the suspect running away from the scene at Utah Valley University. They also have found a rifle in the woods, and here are those details from the special agent in charge.
This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
Now, investigators believe they found a shoe print and a palm print that also belonged to the suspect. They say crews are working around the clock to try to find some answers, and they're going to use some of those images that they have to do some facial recognition, run that through technology there that they can try to identify him that way. And they say if they can't do that or can't get an identification, they'll release that video to the public and ask for the public's help. Here is a live look at the big board on Wall Street at about 2 minutes or so into the trading day. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 174 points. Inflation rose last month as the price of gas, groceries, hotel rooms, and airfares rose, along with the cost of clothes and used cars. Consumer prices increased 2.9% in August from a year earlier. The Labor Department said Tuesday, up from 2.7% the previous month, and the biggest increase since January. Applications for U.S. jobless benefits jumped to 263,000 last week, most in nearly 4 years. S&P 500 up 22 points, NASDAQ up almost a half a point.
Okay, we turn to Kylie right now. It's a pre-Friday. We're at 70 degrees, and we're just going to be heading up temperature-wise.
Yeah, Lauren, a pretty stagnant weather pattern is settling in across North Texas, and that's thanks to this area of high pressure that continues to head in from the west. It'll strengthen overhead tomorrow and Saturday. That's when the hottest high temperatures can be expected. Basically, what's happening is that we are being reminded that it is still officially summer. But thankfully, we have a fairly comfortable morning that's underway once again, and another comfortable evening is on tap thanks to slightly lower humidity. Now, the humidity is a little higher than what we've seen the last couple of days, and that trend will continue both tomorrow and Saturday once again as dew points continue to climb. We could be dealing with a slight added heat index by tomorrow afternoon as well. Just a few cirrus clouds here and there. Sunshine dominates a pretty decent Thursday forecast back into the low and mid-90s. Over to you.
Okay, so at the north end of the DFW airport, making that transition from the FM 2499 merge in Flower Mound, where Flower Mound, Louisville, Coppell all come together, and then moving down to LBJ. A reminder, we've been keeping tabs on a crash. The good news is that there are no serious injuries, and wreckers have already been allowed into the area. They are starting the cleanup process. But you can also see that the 4 left lanes are blocked moving through this area, so continue to steer clear of that spot. We've had a long-standing issue on southbound Loop 12 Walton Walker, making the transition from Dallas to Irving, and we've talked in the last report about how wreckers are on the scene. They have not quite cleared it yet. Hopefully they will soon. And then on LBJ, as one moves in the eastbound direction, everything is fine. On the westbound side, we still have this issue at the midway point of the exit ramp going to Midway Road, so just keep that in mind heading through that spot. Brandon, back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. You're looking at live pictures now of the Pentagon. They are in the middle of the 9/11 ceremony there. You can see President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump there in attendance at that ceremony. They will then head after that to the Bronx. He's going to attend a baseball game between the Yankees and the Tigers tonight as well. This ceremony, of course, is part of multiple ceremonies all across the country, recognizing or reflecting on 24 years since 9/11 tragedy. Well, this morning, Grapevine commemorated the 24 years since those attacks.
Fox 4's Shannon Murray was there for a big ceremony. She joins us live in front of that 9/11 memorial. Shannon.
Good morning, Lauren and Brandon. This event just wrapped up about 30 minutes ago. They're just beginning to pick up some of the equipment here behind us, and some people still lingering around to look at these wreaths and the memorial here in Grapevine. The event this morning is an annual ceremony every year here in front of this memorial to honor the victims and their families of the 9/11 attacks. Now, the fire chief gave opening remarks today, and flight attendants and pilots also spoke, saying this day is personal for them after losing their courageous colleagues who died that day 24 years ago. There were 2 moments of silence this morning. At 7:46, the flag was lowered to half staff, and there was silence in remembrance of the first plane hitting the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Then at 8:03, another moment of silence in remembrance of the second plane hitting the South Tower. And the Grapevine fire chief told us he remembers that day well, and as we've said for all those years, he will never forget.
Here in Grapevine, yeah, we're a long way from New York City, but people know that they can come here and know we're always going to remember, we're always going to take care of those loved ones as best we can through our memories and our prayers.
Now, today's ceremony also include a bell ceremony and a wreath laying. And they also took time to remember the 39 people who've been added to that remembrance wall, those lives lost in the years following 9/11 due to health conditions from the response at Ground Zero. Reporting live in Grapevine, Shannon Murray for Good Day.
All right, Shannon, thanks. It is 8:37. Coming up, some volunteers are packing meals as part of a day of service to mark the 9/11 attacks. We'll take you there live next. Welcome back. On this Thursday morning, you're looking at live pictures from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where they are in the process or beginning or getting ready to start the ceremony there, remembering Flight 93 that crashed after passengers successfully stormed the cockpit and stopped the hijackers on 9/11.
Well, a group of volunteers are marking 9/11 today with America's largest annual day of service.
And more than 1,300 North Texans are gathering at Globe Life Field this morning to pack meals for local families, and Dan Godwin is there with the story. Good morning.
Good morning, Brandon, and we are about 20 minutes from the start of the very large meal packing operation, as you mentioned, here at Globe Life Field. 1,300 volunteers will be preparing about 380,000 meal packs. It's really going to have an impact. We'll find out more about that, but first we want to say hello to Darren Kinder, retired Secret Service agent, a Dallas resident. Darren happened to be at Ground Zero on 9/11. The Secret Service office was there near the Twin Towers. Darren helped rescue people from the North Tower, and for his heroic efforts, he received the Secret Service Medal of Valor. Darren, is it even possible to sum up the feelings you have when this day comes around each year?
Yeah, it's a day of remembrance. It's a day of sorrow, of course, but as today's exhibit shows, it's a day of returning to good. It's a day of returning something that was evil and making something good out of it, and that's kind of my life mission now that I've retired from the service.
You were very close to both towers when they collapsed. I mean, on a personal level for you, are you haunted by the memories?
There was a time, yes, but it's been 24 years, and after the 10-year mark, I started to share my experience and share my story in front of large groups, and when that started to happen, real healing and restoration took place.
All right, Darren, thank you so much, and thank you for your efforts on that terrible, terrible day. We want to learn a little bit more now about the meal pack. So Chloe Robertson is here with the North Texas Food Bank, and we talk about all the volunteers. They are steadily streaming in. What's involved with this meal pack?
Yeah, so the volunteers here today, like you said, are about to pack over 380,000 meals. They're packing rice, lentils, dried vegetables, and vitamin packs into these meal packs that then, when you're cooked in water, are going to expand and provide access to 6 meals for a family.
We've got video from the meal pack, the same operation in Garland a couple of years ago. It's some really extraordinary numbers. And again, these are not ready-to-eat meals. I mean, all the ingredients, though, are placed into a family can place it into a pot, boiling water, and there's enough nutritious, healthy food to feed a family of 6.
Exactly, and that's what's so critical with these meals. We have over 744,000 people in the North Texas Food Bank service area that don't always know where their next meal is going to come from. So having shelf-stable meals like this goes a long way, because to put that into perspective, 744,000 people could fill Globe Life Field, where we're at today, over 18 times.
Wow. All right, Chloe, thank you very much. Again, the meal packing starts at 9 a.m. There's a first shift from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and then the work resumes from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., and as Chloe was telling us, makes a huge impact for many, many thousands of families in need around North Texas. Reporting live, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Yeah, a little love goes a long way, no doubt. Thanks, Dan. 8:44 coming up. A warm week ahead. Kylie has an update on our forecast.
Grape Fest kicks off today, Main Street and Grapevine, and it is going to be hot. In typical early to mid-September fashion, summer is not finished with us just yet, with increasing temperatures expected each afternoon. Yep, we're back in those low to mid-90s for the foreseeable future. Partly to mostly sunny skies can be expected this weekend, and you'll notice a slight increase in humidity too, which means these comfortable mornings and pleasant evenings, yeah, that could change a little bit as we head into the weekend. All in all, it could be worse. We keep this stagnant weather pattern around through at least the middle of next week.
Bad news for folks in Rockwall County heading into Rowlett on the Lake Ray Hubbard Bridge. It's gotten worse because of a crash at Dow Rock Road. Half the highway is blocked. There's a quick look at it. Plan accordingly. Northbound on Loop 12 Walton Walker, as one moves up from Dallas toward Irving, a vehicle is conked out right in the middle of the roadway, and the Courtesy Patrol is aware of it, sending a crew out there to see what they can do to help out. Southbound on Loop 12 Walton Walker, the earlier crash at Northwest Highway is finally gone, and good news on southbound 121 moving past LBJ. That crash has been successfully cleared from the roadway. Brandon?
All right, Chip, thanks. It is 8:49. Coming up on Good Day, we've got a lot of questions about how we do our jobs. Hey, Good Day is next.
For a little fun. It is called Good Day after all, right?
Yeah. Y'all send in some Good Day questions. Hey, Good Day questions, and we're going to try and answer them.
Okay, the first one is from Sheila Hart. Who has the most seniority and what special privileges do they receive? Is anyone receiving special privileges?
I don't know if anyone has seniority. I don't know.
No,
well, I mean, years that you've been here,
right
maybe.
Here. So how long have you been here?
26.
And
we're
you're
going on 27.
26? How long?
You're up like 29 or 30, right?
29.
Are you getting any special privileges?
I don't even have a personalized parking space. So there
I was
you go.
about to say, like, I don't even have a good day mug, so.
You should just come in with a piece of cardboard that says chip and just put it right on the whatever space.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
That'll go over well.
But it clearly shows that we love the job we do because we've been here that long.
My privilege is that when I swipe my card, it turns green. And I can come in. There you go. That's my privilege.
For now,
I
it
can
turns
walk right in the
green.
door. For now. Yeah, it's
They
true.
haven't kicked us out yet.
Bowden Accardi wants to know, for those of you with dogs, do you walk them before you go to work? Bowden says, I do, and my day starts when yours does.
Oh, he
That's pretty early.
Wow.
Okay, that is an early walk.
My dogs do not budge. Like, they do not move until my husband gets up, because guess who feeds them?
Okay.
He does.
Yeah.
So when I get up, they're like, oh.
It's too early, Mom.
Too early.
That's right.
That's true.
I don't know,
Team effort for us, so I let our dog sleep. Our dog has a kennel, and we cover it so that she feels safe and secure, and she just totally sleeps when I leave. And then my wife takes care of the early morning walking.
Right.
There you go.
No, I try to be as quiet as I can in the house, so Ruby's asleep. She stays there. She doesn't wake up till later, so no walking for Ruby.
Oh, it's good to be a dog.
That hour of the morning.
Good to be a
That's
dog.
right.
Yeah, sounds nice.
All right, and then Cayenne Todd asks, do you all eat before you go on air?
Yes.
Which is a good question.
Yes,
So
we
early.
do.
You do.
I do, yeah.
I do not.
I tend to bring something for breakfast. So at least I got something.
If I eat anything, I can usually like kind of feel it in my throat, like it's kind of like a scratchy feel, and so I don't ever eat anything.
I understand. I do end up snacking towards the middle of the morning. When my busiest time is starting to wane.
Okay.
And that's when I try to.
I tell you what, though.
Otherwise,
well, I have started making a little protein smoothie shake situation.
Okay.
Yeah, which I have found much easier than,
Yeah, that's good.
That's a good idea.
Right, granola bars make it really tough.
They make it really tough. But at 10 a.m. when the show ends, I want a burger.
We are starving.
No question. We are so hungry. My stomach starts to growl around this time. It's a whole thing.
Burgers all around. We'll take it.
For me, it's double oatmeal cookie time, so I got to have something. All right. Send us your questions. You can email them to goodday@fox.com. You can even comment on our Hey Good Day Facebook post.
All right, it's 8:55.
Coming up, the JPS Health Network in Fort Worth is showing off a brand new facility, and we're going to take a look when we come back.
The JPS Health Network is expanding its psychiatric emergency center to a freestanding facility now.
Yeah, the new center is in Fort Worth. It is the only dedicated psychiatric emergency facility in Tarrant County. This expansion is part of the company's plan to address mental health needs in the community, offering around-the-clock emergency care. At the ribbon cutting, local officials say it's a more inviting place for patients who need help.
We've got, warmer colors in here, great artwork featuring pictures of nature, those type of things to create a more healing, therapeutic environment.
The facility is set to open next week on September 17th. We are getting a comfortable start to the morning, and then Kylie says things are going to heat on up. She is in to break down our pre-Friday forecast.
Also remembering those who lost their lives in the September 11th attacks, how people really all around the country are honoring the fallen today.
A conservative activist is shot and killed on a college campus in Utah. Authorities now saying they've recovered the murder weapon. We get a breakdown of what we know so far and what questions remain unanswered.
From KDFW Fox 4, all local, all morning. This is Good Day at 9 a.m.
Well, good morning. It's Thursday, September 11th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbill. Investigators have some new leads in their search for the person who shot and killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
In memory of Kirk, the U.S. and Texas flags are to be flown at half-staff by order of the president and the governor. You see the White House right there and the flag as well. Peyton May joining us in studio with the latest on this investigation.
Yes, this is a very quickly changing situation with all the updates that we're getting. But investigators just gave an update around 30 minutes ago. They have images of the shooter and are working to identify him. They say the suspected gunman appears to be of college age. Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck while speaking to a crowd of more than 3,000 people gathered on the Utah Valley University campus on Wednesday afternoon. Kirk is known for hosting events on college campuses, inviting those who do not share his conservative views to debate with him. Investigators say the shot was fired from a nearby rooftop. They were able to track the shooter jumping off the roof and running away from the scene and into a nearby neighborhood.
Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time.
Now, investigators believe they've recovered the rifle used to shoot Kirk, which was found in a wooded area. They didn't say if the gun was registered or who it might belong to. They also have the suspect's prints. While the shooter is still on the run, authorities do not believe there's a threat to the public and say this was a targeted event. The FBI is relying on the public's help as well, asking anyone with videos or photos of the shooting to send them into their tip line. Now, we're expecting President Trump to give an update this morning as well. Lauren and Brandon.
All right, so we watched a lot of the coverage, and initially there were two people at different times that were taken in for questioning about this shooting, and I guess the FBI addressed this as well this morning.
Yes, they did as well. They said those people were people of interest. They did take them in. The FBI director did confirm that over X. Those people were questioned and then later released. They did address today, authorities said that those people were getting a lot of harassment and public backlash online. But again, they were just taken in for questioning and then released.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that they have a good image, they said, of this person. They've got like a forearm print and a footprint. Yes. And so it does seem like that they're headed in the right direction. Yeah. We also just got word that the president is going to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Charlie Kirk as well. So definitely a big honor from the president, and just a moment of respect and trying to pay tribute. All right, thank you, Peyton.
Peyton, thanks. President Trump posted to social media reacting to the shooting from the Oval Office late Wednesday evening. Take a listen.
An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations.
President called Kirk a martyr. He blamed what he called the radical left for the murder, calling it violent rhetoric. Kirk was a Trump ally. President says he helped him win the 2024 election.
Several Texas leaders are reacting to Kirk's death as well. That includes Governor Greg Abbott. On social media, he posted, quote, "Charlie's voice was a beacon for millions of young Americans searching for truth, courage, and conviction. This senseless act of violence has no place in America." Senator Ted Cruz says he is devastated and heartbroken. On social media, he said, quote, "Charlie Kirk's murder was an act of unspeakable evil. Charlie was a close friend. We first met when he was just 18, and Turning Point was a nascent idea."
Today marks the day our nation vowed to never forget. It has been 24 years since the terror attacks of September 11th, 2001. Terrorists hijacking 4 planes, 2 crashed into the World Trade Center in New York City. Another hitting the Pentagon in Virginia, that 4th plane crashing into a field in Pennsylvania. Nearly 3,000 people were killed. Many more still suffer from injuries from that day. There are several ceremonies today at all 3 sites. There's also one at Ground Zero where they've been naming the names of all of the victims. We've checked in on that this morning as they were reading those names.
It was at this moment 24 years ago, Flight 93 crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. It was one of 4 planes hijacked by terrorists on 9/11. A remembrance ceremony is happening right now. You're looking at live pictures from that there in Shanksville. Family members of the victims will read the names of their loved ones out loud, similar to what is done at Ground Zero and also the Pentagon ceremony as well. 33 passengers and 7 crew members stormed the cockpit of Flight 93 to prevent the 4 hijackers from reaching the intended target, a federal government building in Washington, D.C. Everyone on board died. That plane was just 20 minutes away from D.C.
It is 9:05. We turn to Kylie right now with a look at our forecast. That sun is out, and boy, it's starting to heat us up.
Yeah, Lauren, that's going to be the trend the next several days. Still dealing with that comfortable start this morning, and another pleasant evening is on tap. But for a few hours throughout the afternoons, yeah, it's going to be hot. Yesterday, we did officially climb above the 90-degree mark, topping out at 91 degrees, average highs at 90 degrees, and we will stay above that over the next several days. It could always be worse, though. This time of year, we still have those record highs above 100 degrees, so we can handle these low and mid 90s. Yeah, those summer-like temperatures are in full swing through the extended forecast as high pressure remains in control and keeps us rain-free through at least the middle of next week. More of that same heat and, yeah, lack of humidity for the most part continues into next week. Mostly clear skies to start, sunshine to finish with a few cirrus clouds possible as our high temperatures climb into the low and mid 90s this afternoon. Still some slowdowns out there this morning, Chip.
Yes, and one of the slowdowns is in an area when you get a crash, it causes a bottleneck backup in a hurry, and that would be I-30 going through the construction zone in Rockwall County and then past Rowlett and the Dow Rock Road interchange and on into Garland. Here's the good news. That incident has cleared in the last couple of minutes. But you can still see it's very heavy coming over from Horizon Road and the Goliad interchange or Highway 205. So please note that. On the opposite side of Dallas County, along northbound Loop 12 Walton Walker, we have been keeping tabs on some trouble in the form of a disabled vehicle. It's right in the middle of the highway. And unfortunately, Courtesy Patrol has not made it to the scene yet. So the solid stack up there is back beyond the Jefferson-Davis interchange. So folks coming up from the Spur 408 Patriot Parkway merge need to plan accordingly. Quick jump over into Tarrant County, and you can see here early in the top of the hour, we don't have any major slowdowns, though you can see that it's heavier than normal on I-20. They're doing some midday road work in the area around the Bryant Urban interchange. Also some midday road work going up on I-30 heading in the eastbound direction going past the Longview interchange. Brandon, Lauren.
All right, Chip, thanks. Just outside Denver, 2 students are in the hospital after they were shot at their high school. Now, the local sheriff says that the gunman was a fellow student who turned the gun on himself and then died soon after.
This happened yesterday afternoon at Evergreen High School. It's about 30 miles west of Denver in the Rocky Mountain foothills. More than 100 police officers from surrounding areas rushed in to help, but the gunfire had stopped before they even arrived. One student in critical condition. Doctors say the other has non-life-threatening injuries, and we're working to learn more details about the students who were shot, the suspect, and what led up to that gunfire.
New charges this morning following a gruesome murder outside an East Dallas motel. Newly obtained cell phone video shows Dallas police officers handcuffing a man on the ground outside the downtown suites just off Interstate 30. This morning, 37-year-old Jordanis Cobos Martinez is charged with murder. He's accused of killing 50-year-old Chandra Nagam Alaya. Police say the victim has been beheaded. Police are still trying to figure out how the suspect and victim knew each other and a motive for the crime.
Police really need your help tracking down a hit-and-run driver. This morning, we're getting our first look at some of the damage left behind after an 8-year-old was hit by a car in a Fort Worth apartment complex. So we have some pictures of the bike that Liam Park was riding last Friday. He was hit by a dark-colored SUV or truck. You can see the twisted seat. There's a bent front wheel. Child, thankfully, pretty much okay. I mean, he is covered in scrapes and cuts, but no broken bones. He's going to be okay. People nearby say the driver actually hit the boy, then got out of the vehicle, looked at the boy, then got back in the vehicle and drove off. If you know anything about the suspect's vehicle, you're asked to contact the detective that's assigned to this case. We have details on our website, fox4news.com.
Opening statements begin today in the trial of the man charged with trying to assassinate President Trump last September. Ryan Ruth is representing himself, and the trial is expected to last up to 3 weeks. Prosecutors say Ruth plotted to kill President Trump during the 2024 presidential race. They say he was hiding in the bushes with a rifle at the president's West Palm Beach Country Club. A Secret Service agent spotted him before a shot was fired. Ruth pleaded not guilty to all charges.
The British government fired its ambassador to the U.S. over his ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Peter Mandelson called Epstein his best pal in a handwritten note. It was part of a book of birthday messages to Epstein recently released by U.S. lawmakers. Bloomberg News also published emails in which Mandelson showed support for Epstein back in 2008 when he pleaded guilty to charges in Florida for soliciting prostitution from a minor. British government says the depth of Mandelson's relationship with Epstein wasn't known at the time of his appointment.
3 former FBI leaders filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration alleging their termination was illegal. That suit says that the White House and Justice Department targeted agents who helped investigate the president. It alleges FBI Director Kash Patel told one of the agents he knew the firing was likely illegal. The plaintiffs want their positions back. The case was filed in federal court in Washington, D.C., naming Patel, Attorney General Pam Bondi, the FBI and DOJ, along with the Executive Office of the President as defendants. It's 11 minutes after 9 o'clock, leaving messages for their future selves. How 6th graders at one North Texas school are making memories with the help of technology.
And Kylie says the 90s are here to stay. Right now it's 75, but we'll get on up there. She's got a closer look at the end of the week and the weekend and her full forecast. So Irving police really need your help this morning. Take a look at this photo. It is 65-year-old Julie Hello. She is missing right now in Irving, last seen at 3 o'clock this morning on Lake Carolyn Parkway at California Crossing Road. She has early dementia. They cannot find her right now. She was wearing a t-shirt, black capri pants, tennis shoes, about 5'6", 170 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes, I should say. If you see her, if you know her whereabouts, they're asking that you call 911 right away. All right, we got Kylie in this morning, and weather not too bad.
Not too bad. Pretty pleasant through the morning hours, just a few hot hours in the afternoon, and that will continue over the next several days. Honestly, this is just September saying, okay, hello, yes, it is still officially summer, and we will feel that way with above average high temperatures continuing as we close out the week and head into the weekend. This is a weekend forecast that looks very different compared to last weekend's. Remember, Saturday we stayed in those upper 70s, and Sunday we climbed into the low 80s. It was very pleasant, a little taste of fall. That did start to change, and we noticed those changes mainly yesterday afternoon, climbing into the low 90s. These 90s are here to stay for the foreseeable future as we slowly but surely inch above normal for early to mid-September. Temperatures, after falling briefly into the upper 60s to around 70 degrees in the immediate metroplex, have already started to climb. This is thanks to that dry air that's still in place, a whole lot of sun and light winds. We're in the mid-70s right now in the immediate metroplex. Outlying areas slightly cooler. Where there's higher humidity off to the east, that's where high temperatures will be slightly cooler than the rest of our North Texas viewing area. Now off to the west, drier air will be in place later today. What that means is our high temperatures will climb a little bit more than the rest of us, likely topping out in those mid to upper 90s as opposed to the low and mid 90s. Dew points, after staying in the upper 50s earlier this morning, have started to climb. Right now, those dew points are in the low 60s in the metroplex. A slight increase in humidity is expected over the next few days. High pressure inching in and expanding eventually over North Texas over the next 24 to 48 hours. What that'll do is allow for slightly warmer high temperatures. Maybe a few cirrus clouds here and there. Keep in mind, too, air quality alerts are in place for the immediate metroplex. If you have respiratory issues, limit your time outdoors. Tomorrow afternoon, a little bit warmer as high pressure inches a little bit closer, with a few cumulus clouds possible through the heat of the day. And that's thanks to the fact that humidity will slightly increase. High pressure inching overhead and strengthening as it does so. What that means is, yes, the 90s are on tap over the next several days. The heat looks to peak tomorrow and Saturday, with an increase in clouds expected on Sunday. Real quick, a look at the Climate Prediction Center's long-range precip outlook. Yeah, as we keep that dry forecast in place through at least the middle part of next week, a drier than normal forecast is expected. On your forewarned 7-day forecast, the low 90s hang around today, with the mid 90s taking over as we head into the weekend. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kylie. A Tennessee school getting a lot of attention for their video time capsule. So boys in 6th grade ask questions of their future selves. Then nearly 7 years later, as graduating seniors, they got a chance to answer those questions. Fox 4's Lori Brown shows us how that idea is actually impacting a school right here in North Texas.
Is your favorite hobby still solving a Rubik's Cube, just like me?
I thought it was so tough for being able to do that back in the day.
Hey Warren, is your favorite food still Mexican?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Chipotle, for sure. Taco Mamacita.
Is your favorite subject world history, or is it math and science?
Not world history anymore. I'm a science guy now.
Is your favorite movie still Star Wars?
My favorite movie is probably still Star Wars, yeah.
What is the biggest life lesson you have learned this far?
Try your hardest, no matter what. You'll feel bad if you didn't do it, but you'll realize what happens when you don't try hard, so you better do it. You'll end up doing it.
Just treat your neighbor as you would as yourself.
I knew as a news reporter with a 6th grade son, I could not let this moment get away.
Hello, future McShane. This is your 6th grade self.
I asked McShane and his fellow school news crew team at Canyon Creek Elementary if they would also ask a few questions of their future selves.
Hi, Daniel. This is your younger, handsome-looking self. Do I have my dream car, a 1965 Mustang?
Do you still want to be a children's doctor?
If I'm not a professional golfer, do I still want to be the next Aaron Andrews and be a sports commentator?
While I'm used to getting answers to questions on the spot.
Do you still love Jesus just as much as when you were younger?
This time, I'll savor the days and years it will take for the answers.
Where are we going to college?
Knowing it will go by far too fast. So thank you, Cannon, Will, Nikenji, Christian, and Ward, for inspiring us all and helping us learn a few things we can use today.
Be kind to everyone, every time you can. You don't get a chance to take things back or do things differently, so try to do it in the best way you can. That's all you can do.
Lori Brown, Fox 4 News.
Yep, I'm another mom that's going to steal that idea. Love it. So sweet. It is 9:20. North Texas volunteers really hard at work this morning. They are packing so many meals for families in need. We're going to take you live to what they call the largest National Day of Service event in the U.S. right here next.
Welcome back. Cue the plane there, landing on this Thursday morning. It's 9:23. A group of volunteers are marking 9/11 today with America's largest annual day of service. More than 1,300 North Texans are gathered at Globe Life Field this morning to pack meals for local families. Dan Godwin is there this morning to have a chance to talk to a lot of these volunteers. Hey, Dan.
Well, good morning, Brandon. Yeah, the meal packing operation is well underway, going full speed here at Globe Life Field. 1,300 volunteers, and they are preparing enough packets to provide meals for 380,000 families in need around North Texas. This really embodies the whole point of the 9/11 Day of Service and Remembrance. This is Andrea Sorkin, who is with the organization 9/11 Day, which is helping prepare this entire event. This is Karen Morris with the Texas Rangers Foundation. Want to start with Andrea. We talk about each packet being able to feed a family of 6. How does that work?
Yeah, so each one of our packets is 6 meals. So these are non-perishable dry goods that you bring home, and there's cooking instructions on the back, and they can feed your family. So here in Texas, we have a lentils and rice meal that can be used to feed your family, your kids.
Healthy and nutritious meals.
That's right.
And to make this happen, to pack that many meals really does require a lot of planning and logistics.
That's true. Yeah. So today we're here in North Texas, as well as in 23 other cities across the country. Today we're mobilizing 31,000 volunteers to pack around 9.5 million meals. All those meals stay local in those communities to feed those families that are most at need.
Yes, the North Texas Food Bank is here as well, of course, represented, and they say the effort happening here makes a huge impact on their operation. Let's say hello to Karen Morris with the Texas Rangers Foundation. This is the first year for the Texas Rangers to be involved, and they're stepping in where it's really needed.
Absolutely. We're honored to host all these volunteers. I mean, obviously, we've got this great facility. The team's on the road. So what better way to spend 9/11 than with 1,300 of our closest friends packing meals to help families.
So for those who aren't here, how would you rate the, how would you describe the atmosphere here and, the mood of these folks?
I think everyone's really excited. The DJ's playing music, they're dancing. I think they know that there's a purpose, but they're having fun while they're doing it. And I think it's just a great way to show that how much people coming together can really make a change.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Karen. Yes, the 9/11 Day of Service really embodies what this day is all about. The meal packing operation started at 9. It'll continue until 11 a.m. Then it'll pick up again between 1 and 3 p.m. this afternoon. Reporting live, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
All right, good to see Dan. Thanks. 24 years ago at 9:28 in the morning Central Time, the North Twin Tower collapsed. It was one of 2 World Trade Center buildings, each hit by a plane in New York City during the 9/11 attacks. It burned for 102 minutes before falling. More than 1,600 people died as a result of the attack. The South Tower would collapse just 30 minutes later at 9:59. It's 9:27 right now. Coming up on Good Day, our coverage of the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 tragedy does not stop here. Coming up, we get a look at how residents in Grapevine are marking the solemn day.
local. Good Day continues on Fox 4.
Welcome back. This morning, Grapevine commemorated 24 years since the 9/11 attacks.
Fox 4's Shannon Murray takes us inside the tributes.
The city hosts this ceremony every single year here in front of the 9/11 memorial to commemorate that day and honor the victims and their families. The fire chief gave opening remarks, and flight attendants and pilots also spoke, sharing about their grief and fear in the years that followed the 9/11 plane attacks. And there were 2 moments of silence today. At 7:46, the flag was lowered to half-staff, and there was silence in remembrance of the first plane hitting the North Tower in New York City. Then at 8:03, another moment of silence in remembrance of the second plane hitting the South Tower. The Grapevine fire chief told us this morning it's important to continue this annual ceremony, especially for the generation too young to remember that tragic day.
We just want to do the best we can to honor those individuals who gave the ultimate sacrifice that day so that others could live. And that's really what this is all about. We never want to forget that. And it's just extremely important that our communities come out and, we try to spread the word near and far so people that want to come and reflect can come here and be a part of this ceremony with us today.
Today's ceremony also honored the 39 additional names that have been added to the Remembrance Wall, those lives lost in the years following 9/11 due to health issues from responding at Ground Zero. Reporting in Grapevine, Shannon Murray for Good Day.
The Louisville Police and Fire Departments have a new 9/11 memorial. It was unveiled this morning, 24 years after the terrorist attacks took place. It is located at the Tittle McFadden Public Safety Center.
All right, nice morning out there for many people. And we turn to Kylie. We started in the 60s. We're up into the 70s, and then we'll see 80 and 90s.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Lauren. We officially climbed above the 90-degree mark yesterday afternoon for the first time this week, and that trend continues as those low and mid-90s take over through the extended forecast. High pressure inching in from the west over the next 24 to 48 hours will strengthen overhead both tomorrow and Saturday, with high temperatures expected back in the mid-90s. Like we mentioned, those 60s and 70s to start, but we've already started to climb. I do want to point out the current dew points. That drier air still in place off to the west, where dew points are in the 50s. Off to the east, they have stayed in those mid to upper 60s, slightly more moisture in the atmosphere there, and in the immediate metroplex, those low to mid 60s. So gradually, we'll see that higher humidity take over. I think you'll really notice it tomorrow and Saturday with extra clouds back in the forecast too. Today, satellite and radar is quiet. Maybe a few cirrus clouds off in the distance, but that is it as we climb back into the low and mid 90s, likely a couple of degrees above what we topped out at yesterday, and that trend will continue tomorrow and into the weekend. The one thing that's missing, though, from the extended forecast, a chance for showers and thunderstorms as high pressure remains in control. All right, Chip, over to you.
Thank you. And we want to go straight up into a transition area, Denton County into Dallas County, into that I-35E expansion project. We've had a crash happen in this area between the Sam Rayburn Tollway and the George Bush Turnpike. Technically, all lanes are open, and of the vehicles initially involved, it's just that pickup truck that remains with some damage. And the backup here, because of onlookers, not only on the main lanes, but also the transition from the Sam Rayburn Tollway to go to southbound 75 on the left side of your screen affected. So please add some time in that area. Along northbound Loop 12 Walton Walker on the west side of Dallas heading up into Irving, good news. That disabled van has been moved over to the right shoulder, heading from spur 408 in the eastbound direction, approaching the Highway 67 interchange through Duncanville and back into Dallas. There's been a wreck, and there's a look at it on the right side of the road, and traffic obviously a little heavy in this spot coming over from Cockrell Hill. Brandon?
All right, Chip, thanks. The Dallas Stars begin training camp a week from today, and you will soon see.
Both will air on More 27. In the regular season, the October 16th game against the Canucks is going to air on More 27. First game on Fox 4, that's October 21st against Columbus. And the last game of 2025, New Year's Eve, hosting Buffalo, will air right here on Fox 4. And then the game on Tuesday, January 6th against Carolina, that's on More 27. Ground Groundhog Day, February 2nd. The Winnipeg Jets come to Dallas on Fox 4. Regular season finale, Wednesday, April 15th at Buffalo, will air on More 27. We'll have a total of 8 games on Fox 4 and 7 on More 27. Proud to be the official broadcast partner of the Dallas Stars and hopefully the playoffs, too.
There you go.
I mean, let's be optimistic. Playoff
Seen a pretty good pitching matchup here. And Berger smashes another one deep out to center, and that one is gone.
Well, speaking of hoping for the playoffs, the Texas Rangers got the sweep of the Brewers yesterday afternoon. Jake Berger homered twice in the 6-3 victory. It was only the second time all year Milwaukee has been swept. The Rangers have now won 4 straight and remain a game and a half out of a wild card spot. Now, the Rangers are an MLB best 14-4 since August 22nd. They're 7 games over 500 for the first time this season. They've done all of this, mind you, without ace pitcher Nathan Eovaldi, 2-time World Series MVP Corey Seager, second baseman Marcus Semien, slugger Adolis Garcia, and center fielder Evan Carter. Wow. A whole bunch of fill-in rookies have been making big plays in this Rangers run, and they'll need to keep it up if they hope to make the playoffs. After the game, manager Bruce Bochy spoke on the key to keeping this streak alive.
You keep the same approach. You know, this was a great homestand, a great series. You know, we're off tomorrow in New York, and we have a tough team there. You know, this road trip doesn't stop, you know, so, you know, we'll keep talking about, well, every series is big, every game is big, and these guys are doing a great job of putting not just the losses behind them, but the wins and keeping their focus and just playing great baseball.
And the Rangers face the Mets tomorrow night with Jacob deGrom up against his former team.
TCU women's volleyball team gets its 4th straight win over a ranked opponent. Number 15 team beat number 8 Texas A&M Aggies last night in 5 sets. It was an awesome game. This makes it the 11th straight home win for the team. And they continue their games at home tonight. They take on Wyoming at 6:30. They play Rhode Island tomorrow. There's a doubleheader, 11 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. Go Frogs. Awesome. 9:37. Speaking about volleyball, another professional sports franchise coming to North Texas. We're going to introduce you to the head coach of Dallas's Major League Volleyball team coming up next. Welcome back. We have an exciting announcement this morning. Dallas about to welcome another new professional sports franchise. This time it's Major League Volleyball, and joining us this morning, the first head coach, Coach Shannon Windsor. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Volleyball in North Texas is so big. We have so many clubs. It just keeps growing and growing. I don't even know how many club teams there are. So there clearly is a fan base for volleyball in North Texas. Are you ready to be part of it?
Yeah, I'm excited. I think the volleyball here is going to be really exciting. I mean, you've got some top NCAA teams here as well as all the clubs in North Texas. So the community, I think they're ready for it. I'm pretty excited to be a part of it.
And I mean, you haven't even moved here yet, which I think is what's funny. Is I was like, oh, are you here? No, I'm not even here yet. And there's still a lot to come. So like, we don't know the name of the volleyball team.
Not yet.
We don't know who you're going to be yelling at from the sidelines yet, like any of the players. Not that you're a yeller.
We do know we have signed a bunch of players. So yeah, we have signed a bunch of players. Kelsey Payne lives currently here in Dallas, and we have Celia, who's also playing from SMU originally. So we do have some Dallas born and bred players, and we have a long list of players already signed.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. So you at least have some direction on where you're going or what you're signing up for.
Absolutely. We've been really intentional with the players that we've signed. So looking for the players who are, bring a lot of grit to the game. We want to play a pretty fast and aggressive style of volleyball. So players who are going to buy into that, when you succeed, you're going to succeed big, and when you fail, you're going to fail big. So people are going to take those risks, and we've been really intentional with who we're looking for.
Well, I mean, you know about success. I know you've coached up in Canada. You've coached the Australian team as well. You've had a lot of big wins, right?
Yeah, I've been on the world stage for most of my career with Australia, and then recently with Canada up until I just stepped down with them in January. So I'm used to being in front of the big crowds and playing against the big teams and big players. So I'm really excited to bring that experience here to Dallas.
I love that. What are you looking forward to in Dallas? I just think about, like, here's this girl from Canada coming to North Texas. I mean, is it the Mexican food? Is it what are you looking for?
Texas barbecue.
Barbecue.
I was down here in Arlington the last two years with Volleyball Nations League, and Texas barbecue. Love it. So I'm really looking forward to that.
She is ready. She's ready. Now, as far as being the first coach, like, I think that's going to be really cool to know that I was the first coach of when they announced this team. That's got to make you proud.
Yeah, I think you get to build something from the ground up, and I think being a part of something from the very beginning, it's a bit of a legacy. I'm really excited about that, and be able to put your stamp on the team from the very start. I think that's exciting. It's a great opportunity. Really grateful for it.
Yeah. What can fans expect? I mean, I for those that haven't watched volleyball in a long time or haven't seen, it gets so competitive.
Yeah,
and more and more. I feel like as the years goes on, it gets even more competitive. Very entertaining.
Women's game is growing really fast, and we're chasing the men's game, and it's getting faster. We're hitting from multiple zones. I think you're going to see long rallies. You're going to see big hits. The women's game has really grown just in the style of play and the speed of play. So I think it's one of the most exciting sports to watch, especially.
Okay, it's going to debut January of 2026, right? That's the
January
plan?
2026, that's the plan.
All right, that's the plan. Volleyball coming to North Texas, professional volleyball. Thank you, Coach Windsor. Appreciate it. All right, Kylie, step on in. You ready to play a little volleyball?
I loved playing volleyball in middle school, and then kind of switched gears, and basketball took over from there. But it is a great sport, so much fun. Best of luck. All right, well, Grape Fest kicks off today, Main Street and Grapevine, and summer reminding us it is still summer with our high temperatures in the low to mid-90s over the next several days. Just a few cirrus clouds today. We're back in the mid-90s tomorrow as high pressure strengthens overhead. The weekend will feature slightly higher humidity and some extra clouds that you'll notice, and honestly, our weather patterns staying stagnant through at least the middle of next week. Back to you.
All right, Kylie, thanks. The Make-A-Wish Foundation does extraordinary things for children going through unimaginable challenges. One of their recent wishes was granted to a 10-year-old boy from Southern Oregon. Fox's Tony Martinez has the story.
Rolling into Portland International Raceway in a stretch limo would be a great start to anyone's day. And for Damon Hawkins and his mom and dad, it was just the beginning.
Damien had decided that his joy would be going fast in an exotic car.
Oh, I get a Ferrari!
And not just any Ferrari, but a brand new Ferrari F8 Tributo, finished in beautiful Make-A-Wish blue.
You excited?
Complete with professional race car driver Calvin Harris, on loan from Pro Drive Racing School to take Damien on the lap of a lifetime. This VIP treatment is a huge departure for the Hawkins family. Once a week, they make the 10-hour round trip to Portland for Damien's 3-hour treatment.
He does infusions every week, so we have to drive up from southern Oregon. We live in Phoenix, which is pretty close to the California border. Pretty much it's like a turn and burn, so we get up there in the morning, get his infusion done.
And although the treatment is going well, he may need it for many years to come. But today, none of that matters. So far, so good, but halfway through the first lap, Damien suspects that Calvin is holding back on the horsepower.
Are you allowed to go a little bit quicker?
Still feeling good?
Yeah, a little bit quicker now. More quicker.
All right, last lap. Here's checkered flag.
Woo! Can you make this last lap too fast?
Too fast? I
Yeah.
don't want to go too fast.
I do. Woo! This is good speed.
Good. That's fast enough for you?
Yeah.
So no hospitals for Damien today, no doctor appointments, just two guys having a blast in an amazing car. All thanks to Make-A-Wish Oregon. Finally loaded up with goodies and his wish fulfilled, Damien had one last request.
Can we get back in the limo?
Tony Martinez, Fox 12 Oregon.
Kid loves cars.
I love his style. Very nice. Faster.
Okay,
Very
we're
well
good.
done.
No, we're good.
Good call.
All right, calling all daredevils like him or thrill seekers. Do we have any of those around here? Oh, do we?
I drank some milk without looking at the expiration date. I don't know. Does that count? I don't know.
No. Hannah and
Probably
Shannon
not.
are here.
Right.
Well, you guys are talking about the Red Bull Air Show. What's going on with that?
Okay, so this isn't the first time that it's taken over North Texas, but this weekend it's going to be an incredible event. It's this Saturday, and I'm told we have one of the planes coming to our studios, so we're going to check that out and also obviously preview the adrenaline pumping event. I do like thrill seeking. I don't know if I would feel comfortable doing this. This is almost like next level.
This will be interesting. We also have a guy coming in to talk about a barbecuerie, like a charcuterie, but with barbecue.
Yeah, very Texas.
So we're in.
Okay.
Brandon, I know you're going to like that
I'll
one.
do the barbecuery. Yes.
We say yes. We'll see you at 10 o'clock.
See you guys.
Minutes.
Bye.
It is 9:48. So coming up, they dance, they entertain, they educate. Get ready for Titus Dance Unbound, a performance from them coming up. wonderful start to the day. Thanks for waking up with us and starting your day. We're pretty excited. We love it when Titus Dance Unbound stops by the Good Day Studios. They have a huge performance coming up, and they're saying that it's something that everyone should experience.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot more about Ronald K. Brown's evidence in just a minute, but first we get a preview of the show. Take it away.
I think you can hear their hearts beating behind us.
I know, right?
Awesome dancing.
That preview of Evidence by Ronald K. Brown, and this is Charles Santos.
Yep.
And you are the artistic director with Titus and choreographer Ronald Brown. Appreciate you guys joining us this morning. This is, I guess some say, an experience that is to be felt rather than watched. What do you mean by that?
Well, Ron's work is highly recognizable in any company. He's got work on Ailey, he's got his own company, and it's anytime you see one of his works, you can really say, oh, that's a Ron Brown work. It's ceremonial, it's celebratory, it's joyful, it's physical.
Yeah.
We love them, so Ron and I have known each other for years, so we're super happy to have them back.
Yeah, I love that. We're watching some of the video right here. You feel like you're part of the performance. When you are trying to decide, Ronald, I know you've been doing this for so long, 40 years with the company. When you're trying to decide what these dancers are going to do, how do you put that into a show? Like, I mean, you start with nothing, and then you make something like this. How do you do that?
Dedication. Hard work.
Yeah.
And repetition.
Repetition. So these guys have been working hard for a long time then to make this just spectacular.
Yes.
And the message of the show, this is exploring the importance of community in African-American culture. Is that right?
Yeah, and it does. He works a lot about the community and experience in the African-American experience, but I think it speaks to everyone.
Okay.
It speaks to community for everyone. It celebrates a social grouping, a ceremony, all of it. It's just really, really joyful, really fun work.
Do you get joy out of it when you watch your performers doing your stuff?
Very much.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so we saw the preview. What else will people see when they watch this?
We're doing 3 pieces, Upside Down, Open Door, and Grace.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And for us, it's really a conversation, heart to heart, spirit to spirit.
Through dance.
Yes.
That's crazy that you actually feel that when you watch the dancers too. Oh, it is just a thing of beauty. We want to let everyone know about it again.
Yeah.
It is going to be in the Dallas Arts District at Winsphere Opera House. The season opens tomorrow night, 7:30. Do you still get butterflies like on opening night?
Yes.
No, do your dancers? Do you guys get butterfly? Yep, they all.
Hopefully they get a break at some point. That was high energy there.
This is a lot of work. How many dancers do you have in this show?
There's 8 dancers.
8 different dancers.
Wow,
Yes.
all right.
Oh, and does it take a huge group to put it all together?
Yes.
Yeah, so I know 8 dancers in the front, but many more behind the scenes too. So we are looking forward to it. All right, we're going to put go ahead.
No, this is our new curtain time, 7:30 as opposed to 8. We're trying to, make it easier for people who have babysitters and whatever that get home a little bit earlier. So the curtain's at 7:30 now instead of 8.
Charles Santos, Ronald Brown, appreciate you guys joining us this morning. We're going to get a final check of the forecast here.
All right, those 90s take hold as we close out the work week and head into the weekend. Partly to mostly sunny skies continue, feeling more like summer.
And just a couple of quick notes regarding some of the traffic flows in the area. I-20, we have still remnants of a wreck heading in the eastbound direction or approaching Highway 67. So just keep that in mind in Duncanville.
Thanks for waking up with us this morning. Have a good day.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, well, this is a first for me, a horse harpist. This horse, named Eupia, is a therapy horse. Eupia looks like she is having a great time. The caption of this video posted to TikTok says I apologize, Eupia is a boy. He is now giving lessons Tuesday and Thursdays at the barn if anyone would like to learn how to play harp. Eupia, by the way, clearly a music lover. Other videos on the account feature Eupia playing a guitar and bobbing his head to
I've
music.
seen people in the comments making specific song requests. They're like, Eupia, can we get a Wonderwall or what?
Can we
play
get
weddings?
Right, what if that would be some, because they have the beer mules, is that what they're called at weddings?
Like the donkeys.
Yes, with the donkeys walking around during cocktail hour. I feel like this could be its own niche.
Why not? Sounds fun.
All right. Welcome to the 10. It is Thursday, September 11th.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Happy to be here. We have a lot of things to talk about today, including all the things to do this weekend in North Texas.
And there is a lot going on. One of the events going on is the Red Bull Flu Talk DFW event. They'll be joining us later on the show to talk about this all-ages outdoor show. I didn't get the chance to go last year, but it truly looks just like a wild spectator event.
Well, and not to give too much away, but apparently there's a plane out front.
We've got a plane.
That's what I'm hearing, and so we'll see what that's all about.
You know, this is a really fun time of year in DFW because this is what I call event season. Like, there's so many things going on. The weather's finally kind of sort of cooling down, and it feels like everyone's now starting to come outside, enjoy football.
It's different than, like, people in the Northeast are like, oh, they're so sad summer's coming to an end, and I'm like, I'm ready for summer to end. It's too hot. We're ready for fall around here. That's when it's nice in Texas.
100%. So last night I emceed this State Fair lead-up event. It's called the State Fair Saddle Up.
It's so fun.
We're officially 15 days away from the State Fair of Texas, but who's counting? It was fun, though, because last night I got a little taste of the State Fair at the Rustic.
A literal taste?
A literal taste.
Okay.
Some good State Fair bites at the Rustic. They had some live music performing. So I'm on stage there with Lil Big Tex, who obviously is just, you know, great energy all around. Always so much fun. And the whole event was a fundraiser for North Texas students. So that was really incredible. And then the livestock auction as well. So they raised a ton of money. I think it was well over, I want to say about $2 million was their goal.
Wow.
I don't know how close we got to it. I'm still waiting for an update on that. But it was, I mean, it was just a great night. And it was nice because this time of year, it can be still really hot. It can also be storming. So we really lucked out with that.
It's exciting to think about the State Fair being right around the corner. I was there the other day taking Stella to the Children's Aquarium, which is on the fairgrounds, and just seeing them setting everything up for the fair. I was like, ooh, it's getting close. I'm getting excited. I love seeing all the action.
Did you bring Stella to the State Fair last year?
Yes, we did. She had a little onesie that said "My First State Fair," and it had a Big Tex with a pacifier in his mouth.
Cute. Did she sleep? Did she sleep through the whole thing, or did she?
She was at that age where you know, she was just like several months at that point, not even a year old. So yeah, I think this year will be a little more entertaining for her, more challenging for me with her at the fair. But we are going to take her again, so it should be a good time.
She's going to be. Yeah, she's going to be real active. She's going to love it.
She loves animals right now, so I think we'll have to take her to the animal area for sure. All right, here's a question. Do you make your bed every day? And if you don't, today might be the good day to start that habit because it is National Make Your Bed Day.
Okay, so this day is meant to highlight the benefits, including improved sleep quality. According to the National Sleep Foundation, a clean room helps with relaxation and a better night of sleep, as well as increased productivity. Making your bed can start a chain reaction, with many finding that they're actually more motivated throughout their day after completing that simple task. It also helps reduce stress. Now, similar to better sleep, a clear link has been made between the way that living and working in an organized space can improve your overall mental health. So we ask, do you make your bed every day? I'll be honest, I used to not be a bed maker, especially when I was getting up early in the morning. I mean, the last thing I'm going to do
2 a.m., you're not like, let me make the bed.
Right.
Every second counts.
And I would get ready in the dark, too. So there were very few things I could do in complete darkness to not wake up Kevin. Now, I do try to make it a point to at least unfold the sheet. I mean, I don't really do too much, but I do feel better when my room is clean.
My bed is made every single day because, and I do agree, it makes you more productive when you're like, okay, my space is clear of any clutter, it's clean. And I noticed from myself during COVID when we were working from home a lot, it's like if I was in the kitchen trying to work and there were dirty dishes or something, I couldn't focus on work. I had to tidy up, make the space nice. I think that goes for your bedroom too, right? Like making sure things are looking good and clean so that I can focus on what I need to do.
I have always been that way. Like when you were in school, were you the type of person that had to clean your space before you could focus on studying or anything like that?
100%. And maybe that's just me making excuses. Like, I can't right now. I've got
my laundry.
I have to scrub the counter. Sorry, Mom.
And then find yourself in the most random activities, too. You're like, if I don't deep clean the second drawer in my dresser, I won't be able to study for finals.
I can't focus. I can't focus right now. So, yeah, we want to know, do you make your bed every day? Weigh in, yes or no. You can vote by scanning the QR code on your screen or just go to fox4news.com/the10votes. Right now we've got 60% saying, yes, I'm very impressed with the 10 viewers. And maybe they're at home right now watching, making their bed as they're
right. Steve is a big bed maker. We've talked about this several times before, and I will say now that I've sort of transitioned and tried to become a bed maker, it's hard to go back because there are mornings where I'll forget to do my little sheet fold up and I'll notice it until I do it. And so I'm glad that I've finally gotten to that point because it's a good way to start the day. All right, here's a look what's trending at 10. Okay, so 2 new parents, they're at odds over this family tradition, and one ended up going online to try to get some support.
So the 2 have a baby boy, and his first birthday is coming up. The father has a family tradition of smashing their baby's face into the birthday cake on the birthday. Mom says this is absurd and a little cruel, and she wants to leave the tradition in the past. She took to Reddit to get feedback from some other people, and she explained how she didn't want to upset or eventually potentially even hurt her son by doing this. According to her, the father said he hated it as a child, but he's still insisting they continue this tradition. He's like, I had to endure this, and so will he.
Little hazing.
Commenters online largely agreed with Mom, calling the practice cruel, outdated, and say it could hurt the baby. Yeah.
I've never heard of this before. Is this a thing?
I mean, I've seen where, of course, you give the little smash cake to the baby, and then, I mean, what we did is we just let Stella kind of play around with it, and if she wanted to mess with it and get messy, then, that's fine, but she didn't smash her face into it. I think I kind of grabbed some and tried to get her to eat it, and she was, very confused by the whole thing.
Oh, I've been to several first birthday parties where the baby wants nothing to do with a smash cake and then just sort of looks at it, and it's funny because some kids go the opposite direction. They take it, they have at it, they're like, this is my first taste of artificial sugar I've ever had in my life.
Once they get a taste of the frosting, then they're like, oh, okay, I'm into this.
Yeah,
let
then
me get in
it's like,
here.
let me let loose. But I will say, my nephew, at his birthday, he was not feeling well. He wanted nothing to do with the smash cake, and my sister was so insistent on getting those quintessential one-year-old birthday pics that she really said, okay, let's put on his favorite song. We tried everything we could. Had somebody smashed his face in the cake,
it wouldn't have been good.
The whole day would have gone south really quick. I think that this is a tradition that's okay to let go.
Yeah.
We don't need that
an
one.
odd tradition anyway.
And that's the fun part about making your own family is you get to make your own rules.
Yeah.
Right? Now we get to start clean slate and decide where we want to go from here.
Right.
We don't need to stick to the past.
All right, a peckish passenger is going viral online for making food in unorthodox places. So this is footage from a user making pasta on a plane. You can see Katie, the influencer, mixing, rolling, kneading raw dough to make gnocchi mid-flight. As she says she does it because she hates airline food. This video has garnered over 5 million views on TikTok. The reception, of course, is a bit mixed. You can file this in the category of you're doing too much.
Doing way too much. Also, I'm impressed she was able to get that slicer onto the plane.
Can you imagine if you're sitting next to this woman?
Yeah, you're walking away with flour on you, 100%.
I'm like, okay, she set up the camera.
Okay.
She's kneading the dough.
At least she has a window seat.
Rolling my eyes.
Yeah, as she's rolling the dough, your eyes are rolling into the back of your head, truly.
Exactly.
I mean, here's the thing. I love pasta. It is my favorite food. So if I'm sitting next to this woman, I'm going to want a bite, but it's uncooked and there's no sauce. And you definitely can't bring sauce on a plane because it would be over 3 ounces.
I mean, how long is this flight that she's like, I need something to eat?
And specifically
to be gnocchi.
I can't have a sandwich. No, that would be preposterous.
God forbid you pick up some fast food, bring it on the plane.
Oh, man. Okay, now her whole TikTok page is about making pasta from scratch. So, I mean, it seems like this is kind of rage bait. She knew it would get, it's a shtick. But in public, the second I saw her stirring with her finger, with her plain finger, she buckled that. No.
Well, it's kind of like some of the trad wives that are like, I'm going to make my kids a grilled cheese. And they're like, first I go get the milk from the cow. And they're like, no.
Yes. So I find those videos mesmerizing
no,
now.
100%.
I saw one
But it's a bit of a rage bait, especially when you are a mom.
Totally.
And I'm like,
you know you don't have the time. No, there's no way. I saw someone online, and I watched the entire very, very long video of a chef making a Pop-Tart from scratch.
We should get that chef on the tent.
I don't think we'd have the time.
Because I would like to.
It was a 42, and it looked incredible. Yes. Will I ever be making it? No, but I do find myself kind of mesmerized by these videos, so more kudos to them.
Yeah, they're making it work. So a new trend is making the rounds where people are going into hotels to eat the complimentary breakfast. Now, this is a trend I get on board with. Now, these people are not guests at the hotel, and they admit to just going in to eat for free and then leave. People online are filming themselves and giving advice to others on how to best accomplish this practice. Some tips for the illegal act, by the way, include walking to the bathroom, stay there for 10 minutes. Then before walking to the breakfast bar to eat, if you're questioned by anyone, just say, oh, you're waiting on your wife or husband to come down. You're just going to get your breakfast. Others online have left comments with advice on how to find common hotels that are less likely to catch you. Some people, though, pointing out that the hotel breakfasts are really not worth all the hassle and the risk of getting caught. That's definitely true. I mean, it's just going to be what the continental breakfast.
Could you imagine the arrest report? You're just thinking, and then his final words were, I just wanted a Texas-shaped waffle.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Have you had one of those?
I mean, they're pretty good. I'm not going to lie.
They're pretty good.
They are pretty good. But my pride is better. I don't think I could do it even if I wanted to.
I'm such a rule follower. As much as I'm like, okay, this is pretty genius, I'm also like, I would never,
You
because
would call the cops on yourself.
I'm so scared of getting caught. I would never do that. Like,
so true.
The audacity.
No, it's so true. You'd be like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to make some eggs.
They're like, actually, it's fine. We worked.
They're like, just please take those hard-boiled eggs that we cooked
take me away.
3 days ago.
Arrest me.
Lock me up. Take me away, officer. Okay, we're going to go to break, testing our knowledge on cooking techniques, tools, and origins. We've got some trivia for Chef Appreciation Week when the 10 returns. to chefs everywhere.
Yes.
Professional chefs, amateur chefs, Instagram chefs who are making Pop-Tarts instead of buying
making
them.
pasta on planes. I mean, they're just doing it all these days.
From foods, spices, and different cooking techniques, we've got a little chef trivia.
Okay.
Are you the chef of your house?
By default, because of my schedule, I am the chef. Like,
Gotcha.
I'm just home before Chris, so I usually get dinner prepared. I'm not a great chef. I'm not. My mom was a chef, as you know, and so she's an incredible cook. It didn't run in family. I call her all the time. I'm like, how long do you bake a chicken? You know, like. Thank God for ChatGPT and Google, because, yeah, it's sad.
This segment is sponsored by, no, I'm just kidding.
And I'm not going to get any of these right, I already know.
All right, first up. Okay, where were French fries first created?
I feel like it's not going to be France.
I agree.
You're trying to trick us.
It sounds like a Belgium thing.
Yeah, let's go with it.
Yeah, or maybe Germany, like potato.
Well, we know it's one of the two.
Or if it's not. Okay, should we say Belgium?
Let's say Belgium.
Okay, Belgium, lock it in. Nice.
Known for their fries and waffles.
Okay, next up.
Which fruit used to be called a love apple?
Maybe tomato?
I'll say strawberry.
Okay, tomato and strawberry, lock it in.
Tomato.
It's tomato.
All right. Next up. What cooking technique involves sealing food in a bag, cooking it in hot water for a long time? Braising, sous vide, or poaching?
I think
is it sous vide? Am I saying that right?
Is it? Oh yeah, you seal it. Yes, I think it's sous vide. Okay, lock it in.
Oh,
nice. 'Cause I think braise is a broth, right? And then poaching is with vinegar.
Right.
Okay. I think.
Well, I don't know.
I have no. We actually don't. We have no idea. Okay. What does the French phrase "mise en place" mean? Okay. Well,
I'm going to say place everything in its place, because that just sounds like the literal translation to me.
Yeah, but then wouldn't there be a place, mise, and place? Wouldn't there be two places?
I don't know. Are you fluent in whatever this means? This is one of the many languages you speak.
Okay, okay, yeah. Let's say place everything in its place.
Duolingo has served me well.
Okay, our producer Cassie's saying it technically means everything in its place. Close enough. Okay, next up.
A mezzaluna is a tool used for chopping what?
A mezzaluna. It looked like what that woman had on the plane. I feel like that should be a mezzaluna.
I'm gonna
mezzaluna.
I'm gonna say herbs.
Okay, herbs. Lock it in. Nice.
Okay. We're doing surprisingly well. We are chefs.
I think we're chefs.
Actually.
We're actually launching our Instagram account.
We're just really humble. Really, I'm like, we never cook, and then we nail every question.
Hopefully we don't jinx ourselves. What's the next one?
All right. Which ancient civilization is credited with inventing bread? Romans, Egyptians, or Greeks?
I mean, I feel like it could be any one of them. Bread's a staple of all three of those cultures.
I feel like the Romans invented everything, so Romans.
Really? I was leaning Egyptians.
Those were desperate times, you know.
And they were like building the pyramids.
They were like,
Roman Empire,
really use
like a sourdough. Okay, we're saying Romans, lock it in. Oh, it was Egyptians. Okay, next up.
I feel like you almost got that.
Thank you, Shannon.
You knew, but then I distracted you.
Okay.
With my conviction of the Romans.
You were really confident. I really do love to follow your confidence. Okay, what was the first food intentionally cooked in a microwave? Popcorn, potato, or hot dog?
I have no idea. A little bit of dead air never hurt anybody, you know?
I'm really in deep thought about it. I'm leaning towards popcorn or potato.
What? Okay, now Raul was over here in the corner trying to drop hints. He's like really going.
He said it's in the name. So Raul, you're saying it's popcorn?
In the name? How?
Popcorn? Because there is a button on a microwave for popcorn.
All right, popcorn.
Okay, lock it in.
Ding, ding, ding. Thank you.
Raul's just shrugging his shoulders.
Phone a friend. Thanks, Raul.
Okay, next up.
Which spice is the most expensive in the world by weight? Vanilla, cinnamon, or saffron? It's gotta be saffron.
I would say saffron because we see it the least often. So it's gotta be.
So people aren't using it, so it's gotta
Because
be.
it's
there's a lot
expensive.
of it.
Because it's expensive.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay, saffron, lock it in.
There you go. Your logic got us somewhere.
Okay, next. We're like failing our way up.
This is the last question. Which nut is technically a legume?
Legume. Duolingo over there.
A legume. Which one is the legume? Peanut, almond, or cashew?
Ooh,
you know.
You know
this one. Come on, Hannah.
Oh. It's like a beans had come from the ground. Right?
Oh, okay.
Right? Legumes are like greens. Like right? Peas and stuff.
Don't look at me.
Maybe cashew? Okay. We don't know.
Cashew, lock it in.
Can you say legume one more time?
Legume.
Darn it.
Legume.
It was a peanut.
Legume.
Should have known that legume.
Yes. All right, well, the more you know.
We tried.
All right, Mark Hamill goes from Jedi to villain in The Long Walk.
Yeah, Dave Morales spoke with him about bringing a Stephen King book to the big screen.
Mark, it's good to see you again, man. We met at Last Jedi. How are you, buddy?
Yes, good. I also own a little nipper, the RCA dog logo. Yeah.
Dude.
I have one of those.
Oh, my gosh. And that gets more comments than anything else. Good to see you again, my friend. How long did it take you to perfect and get the right voice for this character as the Major?
Well, I lived on a military base in high school. My dad was in the Navy, and normally we lived off base, but it was in Japan, so we were on base. This was a Marine base, and they would have these exercises going on with these sergeants. And I thought these guys were just inhuman. But with the first talk I had with Francis Lawrence, I said, I've seen these guys up close and personal, and they're like inhuman.
Is it fun to be the villain, to play the bad guy?
Well, actors like to get responses. If you're doing your job right, people hate your guts.
Yeah,
they're disgusted with you. They are opposed to you. You know, when I played Joker, I mean, the Joker comes in. His whole goal is just create chaos and mess Batman up. Whatever he's trying to achieve, the Joker's trying to make sure he can't. Yeah, I loved it. And not only did I love it, but in this movie, I didn't have to walk at all. I got to ride in a Jeep.
I saw that.
I saw them all when they came out. And whether it's the originals or the sequels, when they were re-releasing the original trilogy in '97, the kids were going, "Oh, are we going to go see them?" I said, "You guys, you have them on videotape." But what they pointed out, they said, "Yeah, but we've never seen them in the movies." I went, "Oh, yeah, that makes such a difference to see it with an audience, with state-of-the-art sound on a big screen." So I relented, and I went and saw each one of them, Star Wars, Empire, and Jedi, in the theater 20 years after I had seen them for the last time I saw them. Anything that I've done, I tend to not enjoy it because you say, "Oh, that I should have done this. I don't like the choice I made there." I'm very critical. So the best way to avoid that is just to, it's done. It belongs to the public. Let them watch it.
Okay, so it hits theaters this Friday, and you can catch the backstage experience Friday nights on More 27 at 7. So cool.
Yeah, we're taking a look at events happening across North Texas this weekend when the 10 returns. We'll be right back. Let's take a look at some of the events happening this weekend. Solemn and heartfelt ceremonies to pay respects and remember the nearly 3,000 lives lost during the terror attacks on September 11th, 2001, 24 years ago today.
Yeah, starting with the George W. Bush Presidential Center is offering free admission for all visitors today, courtesy of Sewell Automotive Companies. There are also extended evening hours with the museum staying open until 8 p.m. The George Bush Presidential Center this morning held a moment of remembrance in honor of the day.
And this Saturday is the annual 9/11 Memorial Tower Climb in Fort Worth. There will be various tributes to memorialize the fallen first responders. A local pipe and drum band will also play during the opening ceremony, and there will be a dedicated moment of silence for the strike of each tower, the Pentagon, the crash of Flight 93, and the collapse of both towers. Each of the local first responders participating will carry a name and photo of a hero who responded to the World Trade Center. The opening ceremony takes place at 8:15. The climb is at 8:47.
The Dallas Arboretum is continuing its Cool Thursdays concert series. Tonight, starting at 7, Garth Live, a tribute to Garth Brooks, will play at the concert lawn. Gates open at 6. There will be a selection of pre-order food options as well as dessert options available for purchase on site.
Those concerts are always so much fun.
Oh my gosh, and the sunset there is incredible.
Gorgeous. All right, the music doesn't stop there. Head to the Dallas Zoo this Saturday for their Safari Nights concert series. It'll be the first performance of the zoo's fall series. Escape, a Journey tribute, will be performing. The music starts at 7, but there are plenty of animal encounters and keeper chats that you can enjoy in the early evening hours.
All right, it's time to get ready for spooky season. Fright Fest returns this Friday at Six Flags. Enjoy terrifying haunted mazes, sinister scare zones, and exhilarating live shows. Specialty food and drink will also be available for purchase. Tickets start as low as $30. Fright Fest runs on select nights through November 2nd.
And the Dirk Nowitzki Foundation Tennis Classic is this Saturday. The annual event is the foundation's largest fundraising effort. Celebrities and athletes come together in this exhibition-style match to showcase their tennis skills for a worthy cause. The proceeds will go directly back into the North Texas community through funding projects and grants to nonprofit organizations. Celebrities participating include Dallas Mavericks' first overall pick, Cooper Flagg, Texas Rangers legend Elvis Andrus, and many, many more.
All right, get ready to raise a glass. The 39th annual Grape Fest kicks off today on historic Main Street in Grapevine, one of my favorite streets in North Texas. The theme this year is the Great Gatsby. The event runs for 4 days, featuring a grape stomp, pickleball, live music, wine tastings, and a whole lot more. We have a link to all of these events we just mentioned up on our website at fox4news.com.
You and I have both done the grape stomp.
Oh, and it is harder than it looks. There's like a stomp and then a push.
Stomp and push. That's,
you would never know.
The key to fill up your cup. All right, the 10 will be right back.
common knowledge. You know, we all think the life of an influencer might be glamorous, but what would it look like in the future? Maybe not as glamorous.
Yeah, so the website casino.org devised a model.
Ouch.
I'm influenced. They say that this model is backed by medical research of what influencers will look like in 2050. I'm horrified.
Okay, but her jawline is snatched.
Her name is Ava, and they say her looks are a sum of the influencer's lifestyle, hunched posture, or tech neck from years of staring at a phone screen. I will say sometimes my neck hurts, and I'm like, ooh, I've got the tech neck. I've been looking down too much.
Patchy skin from daily layers of makeup, frequent skincare product swaps, and frequent cosmetic application. The patchy hair from years of
This is the future of a news anchor, actually, because we're all like this, putting on makeup.
It's a little too
real,
right?
All of this is like
I do cake on makeup.
A little close to home. Even dark circles from spending hours editing, live streaming, and staring at bright screens.
Which we also do. Bright lights, lack of sleep,
which
we also have.
Check.
Okay.
So they concluded that the influencer lifestyle can take a significant toll on the body and mind.
A little too real.
Groundbreaking.
Little too real.
It's going to be a rough future.
Yeah. Okay. A woman on TikTok asked people to share their unhinged wedding experiences. And in the comments, the users did not hold back. Some of the comments include, the bride made up the groom. There was no man, and she had this made up in her life for years. She never walked down the aisle.
Here's this file footage again of the runway event. Cassie, I have told you we need better wedding file footage.
Let's pull up Cassie Cam, because we've never given Cassie a voice in this.
Cassie, come on. We got to find some better video.
I am not in charge of shooting video. I can only do so much.
They're walking down a runway in a
Cassie's
fashion
gonna get
show.
patchy hair from
It's a fashion show from the 80s. It's like, but you know what? I was going to say that a lot of these unhinged moments, I thought that I had some in my mind. And then when I saw what people were saying in the comments, I was like, oh, apparently I haven't seen anything. Some people were saying no dancing, no music, no alcohol, no coffee, no food, just water. And everyone just sat there in awkward silence. Good time was had by all.
I love this unhinged trend. Like when people say, hey, give me your unhinged advice for X, Y, and Z. I don't want to hear the normal things.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you know, like I tell my kids that the ball already dropped, so we don't have to stay up till midnight. No, like the unhinged advice is what I'm here for. Someone else said the maid of honor was still in love with the groom, and then at the wedding announced it in her speech.
Wow. The audacity.
That is unhinged.
That is wild.
That is.
The one I was thinking of in my mind, like my own personal experience, was just when I went to a wedding and like they didn't have assigned seating at the dinner.
Oh, so it was kind of like every person for themselves.
Every man for themselves. We ended up at a random table with people we didn't know, and then our friends were over here, and I thought that was crazy. I thought that was unhinged.
Yeah. I did feel like making the table settings at our wedding was difficult to try to figure out who was going to be sitting where.
Oh, it's tough.
On the flip side, though, I appreciate having an assigned seat. I like knowing where I'm going to be, and I like knowing that the person, like at your wedding, for example, I think you did a great job of making sure that people who would have commonalities got to sit by each other, so they would have good things to talk about.
You know, it is a lot of work that goes into a wedding, so you want to give people grace, but some of those unhinged moments were pretty bad.
Next level. Checking in on our question of the day. Do you make your bed every day? 77% of you say yes.
Wow.
23% say no.
77%. That's pretty good. I'm impressed.